All right. Chris, you ready?
Yep.
All right. Are you set?
All good.
You good? All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Welcome back. We are live on Radio Row, the site of Super Bowl 59. It's The Drive with T-Kras, Tom Krasnicki with you. And it's an honor to welcome in my next guest. We go way back. A colleague, a mentor, once upon a time an intern at WFAN, and I learned everything.
Did you really?
I
Long
did.
Time ago, Tommy?
Chris Mad Dog Russo, it's great to see you after all these years, buddy.
Good. Long time indeed. Great to be here, of course. Boy, what years were you there?
I was the spring of '97 intern. I interned with Jerry Recco and Erica Herskowitz. We were the same intern class.
That's a good class. Jerry, of course, had a good career. Excellent class. 97. So that's 27 years ago. Was I nice to you?
Yes, you were very nice. And I remember you used to come in. You did a show on Saturdays.
Yes.
You used to buy lunch for everyone in the bullpen.
I used to buy the lunch. I made him get it. I didn't go out and bring it in. I said, hey, here's $50. Go get some lunch. And you were including with that. You came on and said, how about that? Wow, 97.
97.
Jeez,
I can't believe it.
Long time ago, yes.
A long time. So how's the family?
Family's good. I didn't have any kids at that time. I was married, but no kids because my first kid came in 98. Wow, you knew me before I had any children. My goodness gracious. Life changes when you have them. But yes, family's good. I got a young kid. I got my one of my boys right now is on the air in West Palm Beach.
Okay.
He's doing ESPN in West Palm. He's on 4 to 6 with Tony Rizzo's kid, who's a host in Cleveland, and his kid is Mike Rizzo, and they do a show together 4 to 6, Monday through Friday. So I was just down there to hang out with him for a week or so. He's done really well. He's 22 years of age. He's a sponge like me. So from that standpoint, I think it's a different field than it was back then, but I think he'd do well, big picture. Then I have another one who's a coach at Northern Arizona, basketball, Big Sky. He's the oldest. And he is 26, second assistant, second year. And I know I live and die by. I never thought in my life I'd ever be living and dying by lumberjack basketball. And I'm living and dying by lumberjack basketball right now. Conference with Eastern Washington, Idaho State, Montana State, teams like that. Tough travel out of Flagstaff, no airport. You got to commute to Phoenix, 141 miles to get anywhere. And then I took my daughter, who just turned 24, in January for her birthday to London for the Complete Unknown premiere in Europe with the Chalamet, the Bob Dylan movie. So now she loves me.
That, yeah.
So as a result, I'm in good shape there. So, and then I have a youngest one is at Loyola Marymount. He's a sophomore. So I'm okay with the kid right now. I can do my own thing.
Christopher Russo of the Radio Hall of Fame, obviously Sirius XM First Take. You and Stephen A. Boy, you guys are yelling at each other every Wednesday. Any way you can, and I can't tell you this, to pipe down, all right? Yeah. Pipe down a little.
He allows me to do – the great thing about Stephen A. is he doesn't mind if you yell at him, number one. He doesn't mind if you make fun of him, number two. And he lets you shine.
Yeah.
His idea is to make the show good, not necessarily make himself look good. So if the people around the show are good and the show is good, that's all he cares about. So you got to give him a lot of credit for that. He lets me go on there and, essentially have the spotlight for a little while on those Wednesdays. And that's just not me. That's all the other guys. He's got 14 people. It's Orlowski and Ryan Clark and Jeff Saturday and Kimberly Martin. I give you the whole list, Molly. And he allows them to go on there and do the thing. So you got to give him a lot of credit for that. And he gives me that forum. I've been saying these things forever, and now nobody ever heard of them, and now I say it on ESPN. The whole world knows. It's funny the way that works.
Well, one of your moments went viral yesterday, and look, first off, I agree with you. The Kansas City Chiefs do get the benefit of the calls, and it's no coincidence. And you went off the rails yesterday about that topic, and I'm with you on that.
No question about it. I mean, they're a great team. And he's an all-timer. Reed's great. I'm not saying it's no conspiracy. Nobody says that the officials are trying to allow the Chiefs to win. But if anybody out there, and I've been following sports for 55 years, every single one of them, if anybody out there thinks that the great athlete in any of the sport doesn't get a break. Now, in some sports, there's no such thing as breaks. A la golf, because you still got, it's all about you. But if you think that Jordan or LeBron or Greg Maddux with the strike zone or Brady or, Pat Pat Riley or Magic or Kareem, if you think, or Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, you name it. If you think those kind of players don't get the occasional break, you're not paying attention. And again, the statistics don't lie. In the last 11 playoff games, 66 penalties against the opponents, 33 against the Chiefs. In the last 11 playoff games, 10 of which the opponents had more penalty yards than the Chiefs. In the last 11 playoff games, there have been 11 personal fouls against the opponents, 2 on the Chiefs. The last 11 playoff games, there's been a 10 or 11 defensive holds and pass interferences against the opponents, and there's been 2 on the Chiefs. Now, I understand that they are diligent, that they practice well and everything else, but enough is freaking enough. And I think actually, and they certainly got breaks against Houston because those 2 penalties should not have occurred. And although it's Buffalo's fault, let me ask you this. You think if it's 4th and an inch and it's that close, you think Mahomes might get the call on the first down? Allen didn't get it. Now Buffalo should have gotten 2 yards and not put the officials in play, but they do get a lot of breaks. And I think actually in this game, it might be difficult for them because Goodell does not want to wake up Monday morning and read about the fact that here we go again. The Chiefs took advantage of a questionable call and won the game. So I think you're going to see a very even whistle on Sunday afternoon.
I hope so. Christopher Mad Dog Russo's with me. Can we get some technology working here? Put a microchip inside the ball or something? The Josh Allen quarterback sneak. I thought he got to the 40. Obviously, the Chiefs got that call too. Is there any way? I mean, the NFL.
I wish I could tell you.
$15 billion a year.
Excellent point. I mean, I've heard about put a chip in a football, but then I heard quarterbacks don't like it. It makes the ball a little heavier. It's weird. Who knows? I don't know enough about what they could do, but you would like to think that the official running in from the sideline and where he puts his right foot does not determine necessarily who wins or loses a game. Now, I will say this. Again, Buffalo, don't put yourself in that spot. It's 4th and a yard or 4th and an inch. Get 2 yards. Maybe he should have challenged Dalton Knox in a play before. Yep. He didn't throw the red flag. Maybe he got the first down on that. You could also make that argument too. But overall, you are 1,000% correct. There needs to be something that we take the officiating out of the mix. And those 2 quarterback hits that were called against Houston, one resulted in 3 points, and the other one contributed to 7 points. Those calls are awful calls. You cannot make those calls. And Aikman said it on television, so I'm not the only one. But I'm a little, now granted, I'm chiefed out, but enough already with the calls. Enough already.
Your favorite rant of all time. Do you ever sit back and think, my goodness, all right, that was one of my all-time best? And I know you've been around for a long, long time. Is there one? Because I'm going to tell you a story about one that you had when I was a kid growing up listening to the Fan.
Well, the one I did on the Giants when they lost to Miami in the playoffs, the Marlins, one goddamn time. That's a good one. I was in 03. I did a very good one a few years ago about our contest because they couldn't figure out who the Packer offensive lineman was to get the tickets to the Super Bowl. And I said, it's not Bob Skoronski. It's not Jerry Kramer. That's a good one, too. That one I like. The one that I did on Pac-Man Jones.
I remember that.
When he was in Vegas, when, that poor guy, the bouncer got paralyzed because he got shot. In Little Long Island, that one.
I remember. Get him out! Get him out!
There's about, that one really bothers. There's a few. They come spontaneously. These rants. I don't plan it out. I just go on there and do it. I always have done them. I bet you if I go back to the days in Orlando, I can find some. But those are 3 that I would think about from a standpoint of that.
So when I was growing up in New York City, obviously being at the Fan was a dream of mine, and you had just gotten there. You were doing a solo show, I think it was on the weekends, and you were like, but I tell you something, I went down to the basketball court, had some guys with me.
Carl Schurz Park.
Yes, you remember?
No nets on the rim.
No, there's no nets. The rim is bent all the way down. You got kids stuck in a basketball with a tennis ball. Oh, fix the hoops.
And they did.
Fix them.
They did.
They did.
Yes, they did.
The power of radio.
Yeah, that was Carl Schurz Park on the Upper East Side.
And you remember that?
I sure do. That was in the late 80s. And I was living in the city at the time. And I lived in the city until 96. So that was, and I was not married. So somewhere between 88 and 93, right in that period there. But that would fit your when you were growing up as a kid.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I went nuts. I was all upset at that. And I do remember they fixed it because I used to go down there to play at night after work. And those nets were a mess and the rims were a mess. And I said, Jesus, a New York City park fixed the freaking.
I know.
And they did. That's a good one. I haven't heard that one in a long
there
time.
You go. Boy, what a disgrace to say it.
I got upset at that. Yes, I did.
All right, so before we let you go, give me a winner on Sunday.
I'm going to pick the Eagles just to be different. The Chiefs are due to lose one. They've won 17 in a row with the one-possession game. Maybe this is one where the ball doesn't bounce their way. I also like this one that Matt Patricia gave me yesterday. That's an interesting one. The last team to come into this game with the number one ranked defense, Philly has the number one ranked defense, and the number one ranked rushing attack. They are the number one rushing attack with the 92 Cowboys, who beat Buffalo 52-17. That's the last team to come in with those two parameters. They have the number one defense, number one rushing attack, and I think the Eagle defensive line against the Chief offensive line could be a big deal. So I'll take Philadelphia. Close game.
I would not bet against Patrick Mahomes.
It's true, too.
Do so at your own risk.
I agree. You're going to lose money.
Always great to see you.
Great to be bored. You're the best. Long time ago. Hopefully I was nice.
Yes, you were very nice. Thank you, dog.
You got it.
Appreciate it.
Good to be on.
Yep. at 953 WDAE and AM 620. Don't forget to like and subscribe all day, every day. We appreciate you guys for checking us out on the stream. And this is one of those days. If there's a day that you want to watch this show on the stream, today is the day, because we have an enormous show. 4 hours. It's going to be action-packed, big-time guests, one after another, and it's going to start really in the next few minutes. One of the best special teams players in the NFL, Steelers safety Miles Killebrew, is going to be with us coming up in about 15 minutes. He'll join us at 3:15. At the bottom of the hour, the Cowboys Super Bowl winning running back, three-time Super Bowl champion Daryl Johnston will be with me. We'll talk to him about what he's up to, as well as the big game coming up on Sunday, Saquon Barkley and everything else in between. At 3:45, longtime friend of the program, Matthew Berry. They call him TMR, Matthew Berry, now with NBC Sports. He's the fantasy guru. He's going to be with us at 3:45. And then, folks, in the 4 o'clock hour, he's going to be here with us live on Radio Row. All-Pro Buccaneer left tackle Tristan Wirfs is going to be with me just after 4 o'clock, closer to 4:15. So,
say that again.
Jason Light, one of your best draft picks of all time. Probably Tristan Wirfs, Mike Evans, 1 and 1A. But Tristan Wirfs will be with us here on Radio Row in the 4 o'clock hour. And then at 5:05, you better be ready for it, because the volume will be ripped off when Christopher Mad Dog Russo, Hall of Famer in the Radio Hall of Fame, Sirius XM, First Take on ESPN, my longtime mentor and colleague. I worked with him many, many moons ago at WFAN. Christopher Mad Dog Russo will have a rant or two coming up at 5:05, and that's going to be awesome. We got Let It Ride at 5:30. And then at 6:05, guys, you might want to tune in. Josh Grizzard, new Buccaneer offensive coordinator, will join me here. He was introduced today, so how did he get the job? What is his relationship like with Baker Mayfield? And is he thinking about one day becoming a head coach in the NFL? Because the guys that succeeded him right before him, the last two offensive coordinators here in Tampa Bay, went on to become head coaches in the NFL. So that's something he's thinking about. How can this offense get even better under his guidance in 2025 and beyond? The new Bucs offensive coordinator, Josh Grizzard, will be with me coming up at 6:05. We'll have plenty of time for your phone calls. This is a jam-packed show, and we hope you can join us as well. 888-546-4620. Text at 82945 on the Bartow 4 DA text platform, where standard message and data rates do apply. We're having a great time. I'm telling you, this place is a madhouse. I walked in here, and Nick Wise, you were in here early this morning, just absolutely mobbed with people. And, it's Thursday now. We're a day closer. So the excitement, the anticipation for the game, it's getting closer. You can tell outside with the level of security, by the way, is just gone to another level. I don't mind it. We saw it firsthand last night when we were leaving the building, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier today, Rock Riley and I. The president is going to the game, so security is packed on top of what it already would be, even more with that happening. But yeah, it's definitely getting crazier around here today compared to Monday. We are definitely getting closer to the game. All of the guys from Fox are here. Tom Brady was in the building today. We saw Jameis Winston, who's been the star of really the Super Bowl week thus far.
How are y'all doing?
And I had a brief. So I saw Jameis. I'm going up the escalator, and I hear Jameis yell at somebody. So then I go back down the escalator because I'm trying to get him on. As I go down the escalator, he's going up the escalator. So we cross paths, and he reminded me a lot of you, Chris Mathis. You guys are very similar.
In what manner?
He's always got a dad joke, just like you do. So I said, hey, can we get you on the air in Tampa? And he said, on the air in Tampa? What you mean? Like in a plane?
Come on. I love it, dude.
I said, no, like on the radio. And he said, not today. Hit me up tomorrow. So when he said that, I was like, that's exactly what Chris Mathis would have said.
I love it. And he seems to be a good dad, by the way.
If you would have told him it was for me, he would have jumped at the chance.
Yeah, my bad. I got to start name dropping you a little bit more.
Name drop, okay? Jameis and I were like this, okay? Once upon a time.
Look, I thought if I dropped your name, that would have been a bad thing. God only knows what you've said about Jameis while he was playing here. I had to be careful.
Jameis and I got along great.
You can say that.
Yes, I did say that, Levante. And I emceed his foundation event. He picked me to do it, so we know each other.
Okay.
He still lives right near me, about 10 to 15 minutes away in my neck of the woods. So, we'll find him either later on today or tomorrow. We'll find him. We'll grab him. Jameis Winston, hopefully tomorrow. I guess there's some sort of viral video, Chris Mathis, you were telling me about. Did he run into a horse or something?
Yeah, he was biking. He had a carriage. He was biking a group of people on a carriage and turned left. I don't think he really yielded much there to get left onto the street. And there was a carriage being pulled by horses, and he bumps into the carriage, and the carriage had to come to a complete halt. It was hilarious. And he's like, my bad, my handlebars, man, my bad. I'm so sorry. It was hilarious, man. Nobody got hurt, and no horses were injured.
Well, thank God for that. And, that sounds like something Jameis would do, by the way. But I'm trying to find that video. I want to look for it and watch it because it definitely sounds like something that Jameis Winston would do. But, we have a huge show here for you on this Thursday. Day number 4 here on Radio Row was fantastic. So last night after the show, Nick and I left, and the food here in New Orleans is just amazing. And we got treated to another culinary experience last night, which was awesome. So it was right there on Bourbon Street where the security obviously is airtight. I mean, you can't go 15 feet without seeing somebody with an automatic weapon in their hand. There's federal, local law enforcement. And right now, this is probably the safest place in America. But I want to pronounce it right. Galatories?
I don't know. I think so. Galatories. That sounds right. On Bourbon Street. It was awesome.
It was awesome.
So incredible.
A great meal. I had their filet, which was unbelievable. I'm telling Nick, this is about as good as any steakhouse we have in Tampa. It was that good. My filet was great.
The food here has been just nonstop. So good. I've enjoyed all of it, and I can't wait to have dinner tonight. I just don't know where I'm having it, but I'm having dinner somewhere. The food's been the best. I mean, this has been great. Don't get me wrong, but the food.
The food is just next level, and it was extraordinary. That dessert, man, how great was that dessert? It was like that chocolate mousse.
The dessert, yeah. It's just the food here is crazy. We need to step our game up in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, we got some really good restaurants in Tampa Bay. We do. It's a little different here, but I'm telling you, man, it is on the level here, about as good as you will find anywhere. So we've been treated to some really great food this entire week, some incredible action, so many people walking around.
Interesting neighbor in our hotel room we could talk about later on today.
Yes. She checked out today, by the way.
All right.
So,
that's a shame.
I mean, we could talk about it now. I mean,
we got time to kill.
Miles Killebrew is going to join us in a matter of moments. In about 5 minutes or so, he's going to be with us. So Nick and I get back from dinner, and a lovely young lady is walking through the lobby, and she's got a pack. So let me also say this, okay? Ryan Pepio, Ray's starting pitcher, had something sent over to the hotel.
He did.
It's like this big Mardi Gras type of square.
It's a king cake.
A king cake.
King cake
is what they call it. So I haven't had it yet. I was so stuffed from dinner last night, I couldn't even think about eating anything else, dude. But he had a king cake sent over to the hotel. So I had something sent over at the hotel. You were picking up a package.
Correct.
So this young lady was there, and she picked up a package too, and
I just said, hey, what's in your package? Because it was a very tight squeezed elevator, so I wanted, and she was really pretty, and then us two walk up, right? So I wanted to make some sort of conversation, make her feel comfortable. Hey, we're nice people,
yeah.
And so I just said, oh, you got a package delivered to the hotel? She said, yeah, and I said, what's in there? And she said more clothes, and I said, interesting. And so we get into the elevator, very tight squeeze elevator. At the same time, her and I both say, where are you from? I say Tampa. She says, I used to live in Vegas, but I don't anymore. Now I'm a nomad.
Uh-huh.
And so if someone has a bag of clothes, and they were clearly not a lot of clothes because it was in a package, so there were small clothing items. and she said she lived in Vegas, but now she doesn't, and she happened to be here for the weekend. What do you think she does for a living? I would ask this to Chris Mathis, but I don't think I have the answer.
I figured it out. And real quick, before you guys reveal that big answer, that was a very awkward conversation, Nick Wise.
No, it wasn't. She enjoyed it.
We were just making chit chat. She was fine.
Yeah. No, she enjoyed it.
Okay.
Like, it broke the ice. That way it wasn't just, I don't like silence in an elevator, right? So I broke the ice. It wasn't weird at all. And, she said now that she's a nomad, but used to live in Vegas. She had close scent to the hotel. What do you think she does for a living, Chris?
You know what? I think it...
Say
stripper.
No,
prostitute.
All right. Yeah, I think it's
there we go. All right.
First, I texted T-Kras right away. As soon as I got in the room, I go, she's the stripper. And then I sent another text. I go, no, I think she's a call girl instead.
She's a show girl. Vegas, nomad. The first thing you texted me when we got back to the room, and our rooms are all right next to each other.
Yeah, she's right in the middle of our rooms.
Right. So we're on the same floor. She's literally like 5 feet to my right. She's right next door. So the first thing you texted me was, I love this hotel.
It is a very nice hotel.
It is.
The service has been incredible, and then her next door was just funny to top it off. But yeah, the hotel's just been phenomenal. But to have her right in the middle, it was a funny story. And I couldn't believe it, but that's definitely what she was. You saw her check out today?
I did, yeah.
So she was one and done.
So I went downstairs
maybe we did creep her out
to get an Uber to get to the convention center, and she was checking out. She had all of her belongings, all
of her clothes from yesterday.
Yes, including the one bag. She had the bag.
She hadn't opened it yet.
She did not open it. It was unopened.
Interesting. I'm so fat. I wish we could get her on the air today. I have so many questions that I want to ask her. I sat about. I thought there and sat in my room and thought about it. I was so mad that I didn't why did I not ask what she does? That would have been a great question, and see if she answered it.
I think we did ask her that, but she was quite evasive with the answer.
She just talked. She went into a conversation about Vegas being hot, dry heat, all of that.
Dry heat, this and that. I think she said she lived in West Palm or something for a little while, or
Vegas.
She said Vegas. But she said Jacksonville.
That's right. We had a conversation about Jacksonville because I used to live in Jacksonville. So yeah, we did talk about that for a little bit.
Shut up, Liam Cohen.
So yeah, I learned everything about her, where she worked, but I do assume she worked exactly where we think she did.
888-546-4620. So there's always something interesting happening, around here or at our hotel.
Oh, my wife's not listening yet. You told us that I texted you. I love this hotel.
Well,
I sent her the link already, Nick.
I mean, it didn't necessarily have to do with.
Yeah, after the story of a call girl in the middle of our room. I didn't call her, by the way.
The show girl, living right next door. But yeah, look, it's been a fantastic week so far.
It's been a lot of fun, and it's only going to get better. Today and tomorrow are going to be the two biggest shows here. And like I said, definitely, you said it at the top of the show. This is the day to be streaming us. We're on Twitter and we're on YouTube at 95.3 WDAE.
We have an enormous show, and it's going to start our guest cavalcade. We have a cavalcade of guests.
I also had another awkward conversation too
with
Matt Patricia.
Okay.
Well, when you meet Matt Patricia, you probably shouldn't bring up. You probably shouldn't bring up like Lions fan, And so I don't know. It just came out. I happened to say, I'm still a fan though. He goes,
"You're still a fan."
He goes, "Well, thank you." And I said, "Yeah, I know that was a really weird thing to say. You look great, by the way," is what I said when I just kind of changed the.
I'm telling you, if there was a Hall of Fame for awkward conversations and dialogue, I mean, you'd be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Like, this is my first time.
With everything that has taken place this week between the Warren Sapp incident.
That wasn't my fault. Everyone's had that with Warren Sapp.
Very true, but it's still, it goes into the hall, and the David Montgomery lookalike.
The real David Montgomery was just across from us a moment ago, and that was the real David. But yeah, there was a guy that looked like David Montgomery. I started talking to him as if he was David Montgomery.
Jameis on the escalator.
That one wasn't normal. He was weird there, but the Matt Patricia one, yeah, that was weird.
Jameis is off the wall, man. I mean, that's just how he is. But we will get him here. If I find him, we will absolutely have Jameis. We're kind of packed today, but tomorrow for sure we're going to get him. Tristan Wirfs is going to be with us in about an hour from now. 888-546-4620 is the number. It is the opening drive here, by the way, live from Radio Row, presented by the award-winning Chattanooga Whiskey 91. Ask for it at your local retailers. Drink Chattanooga Whiskey, and as always, enjoy responsibly. So great things happening here on Radio Row with so many dignitaries going back and forth and celebrities from all different walks of life. And, not just from the football world, baseball, the world of entertainment, movies, TV, and everything else. But, we have our first guest getting ready to sit down with us right now. And this will be, a really fun guy to talk to, because joining me right now here on Radio Row is one of the best special teams players in the NFL. He's a Pro Bowler and All-Pro. Steelers safety Miles Killebrew is with us here, and he is being represented by cafemomentum.org. And Miles Killebrew is with me here. Tom Krasnicki, we're on the air in Tampa. Great to meet you. How are you?
Great to meet you, Tom. I'm excited to be here, man. This is a great event. You can feel the energy in this place, huh?
I'm telling you, I was just telling Nick, we've been here all week, and it's phenomenal. We got so many guests coming in and out, and so many people walking up and down like, oh, that's this guy, that's that guy. So even you, as a professional football player, you've got to be like in awe of all of these celebrities that you're seeing here.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I just got back from the Pro Bowl, and meeting Terry Crews in person, I was like, dude, this is crazy, man. Like, I see you on TV, watched you on White Chicks. Da-na-na-na-na-na. And, right. Good. But no, it is really cool, being here, seeing everybody. And it makes it feel even better knowing that I'm here representing a great cause.
You are. I want to ask you about your head coach, Mike Tomlin. He spent a lot of time in Tampa. Now he's been up there, never had a losing season. I think he's an awesome coach. But just tell us about Mike Tomlin, the coach and the player, sure, and the kind of impact that he's had on you personally.
Yeah, he's a great coach. I would say one of the things that makes him so great is he's very transparent. From day one, you show up in the Steelers building, he will tell you exactly what they think of you, what they expect from you, why you're even there. And I think that's a courtesy that isn't super common around the league. A lot of players might be in limbo, like, you hear them say, I got released. I don't know what they were looking for. I don't know. They never told me that this was the job description, that they wanted me to be this type of guy. And Coach Tomlin, he doesn't leave any gray area. There's no ambiguity there. He tells you exactly what they expect, and then he motivates you in such a way that you want to go out there and give it your all. So he's an effective leader. I think he's going to go down as one of the best that the league has seen. And my time here in Pittsburgh has been nothing but a lot of fun. Obviously, I wish that we would have been in a Super Bowl here recently. I'm optimistic, maybe serial optimist here, but I want to be in one as soon as next year if we can. I want to hoist up a Lombardi, man, and continue this tradition.
And that's your main takeaway, isn't it, from arriving here in New Orleans and seeing the hoopla, the hype, the anticipation for the Super Bowl? You're probably thinking to yourself as a professional, like, I want this.
Yeah.
I want all of this.
Yeah. As great as this is, as awesome as the energy is in this room, I would much rather be in the hotel behind me, getting ready for this game coming up because I'm here to practice.
Steelers safety Miles Killebrew, one of the best special teams players, a Pro Bowler and All-Pro, is with me here on the drive. So how was the Pro Bowl last weekend? Obviously, there were a couple Buccaneers there. So do you interact with Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans? I saw you catching. Was that you catching seven punts?
All those punts. I've never caught a punt in my life.
How did you do that?
I don't know.
So what was it? It was 7, right?
Yeah, they told me go out there. You got to catch these punts. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I'm here for special teams. What else am I supposed to be doing? I'm not going to be throwing passes, with Joe Burrow. But yeah, it was fun, man. We did that. That was last year. The event for that. This year, that was the Family Feud style thing. I don't know. But that
didn't work for you, the Family Feud thing?
No, it was fun. It was fun. I thought it was a lot less stressful than trying to catch all these punts on live television. Especially if I'm not a punt returner, man. I'm trying to block the darn things. I'm not trying to catch them. But it was fun. Yeah, it was a good time.
Tell me about this game before we get into
Sure.
Cafe Momentum. Chiefs going for the three-peat. I mean, you've seen them. You played against them. You played against Patrick Mahomes. And just give me your overall sense as to why you think he is as great as he is.
Oh, man.
From a player's perspective.
I mean, listen, he has those intangibles. I mean, the guy he recognizes can diagnose defenses like that. He's mobile, one of the originators of this mobile quarterback position. and the Chiefs make you play 11 on 11 ball. You know what I mean by that is you can't afford to just sit two safeties deep every time. You're going to be outnumbered in a lot of cases. They have a great run game. They have a great offensive scheme. I'll be looking forward to seeing what the Eagles can do against that. On the other side, I mean, shoot, the Chiefs have to prepare for Saquon Barkley. They have to prepare for this powerful, Eagles offense. So I'll be looking for both sides. And if they get enough 3 and outs, let's see what this punt team can do.
We've got an NFL analyst with us, Miles Killebrew.
Yeah, right.
Steelers safety as well. So the big game obviously is coming up on Sunday. And, Saquon Barkley is having one of the best years that, we probably have ever seen from a running back. So your overall thoughts on what the Eagles bring to the table and a run-first team in a passing league getting all the way to the Super Bowl. Can they win it all?
I mean, it's a testament to the offensive line. I mean, it's something that we say all the time with the Steelers that, the game, it starts up front. We try to, I'm sure you've heard Coach Tomlin say, ride the waves that the bigs provide. Football has always started up front in the trenches, and we'll see whose offensive line dominates more.
So tell me about cafemomentum.org.
Sure. Yeah, man, I'm here representing them. We have a couple ambassadors with the program joining me along, trying to traverse all of this madness. It's a nonprofit, award-winning national nonprofit that essentially it boils down to this, just really quick. It's a restaurant that is almost entirely staffed by youth who have been affected in the justice system. Whether they were recently incarcerated, they get out. Cafe Momentum brings them in, teaches them tools of the trade, everything culinary, equips them, encourages them, and puts them in an environment where they can repurpose their lives and refocus and rebrand themselves and understand that they are not defined by maybe a mistake they may have made in the past.
That's incredible and inspirational, too. It's in Pittsburgh, Dallas, and you plan to open more around the country. Is that right?
That's right. Soon to come in Denver and Atlanta. So if you're in those areas, check it out. If you're not, would love for you to go ahead and type in cafemomentum.org so that you can just learn more about it and maybe get involved. I know a lot of people are looking for ways to invest in the next generation, and this is a great way to do that.
Well, this is awesome. Miles, thanks so much for doing what you do. Thanks for coming by, and enjoy the big game on Sunday. Maybe one day.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Maybe one day you could get there.
Come on, next year. Come on, next year. Post-game interview. Let's go, dude.
That's right. Me and you.
Come on.
Thank you. Miles Killebrew of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the All-Pro. We certainly appreciate his time. All right, we'll take a break. Daryl Johnston, 3-time Super Bowl champion. He's coming up. Tristan Wirfs a little bit later on. It's The Drive, live from Radio Row. We'll be back. All right, welcome back. We are live on Radio Row. Great to have you with us. The Drive with yours truly, T-Kras, Tom Krasnick with you. Off to a flying start here. We'll be with you until 7 o'clock. 888-546-4620. We'll take your calls and texts a little bit later. Such a pleasure to have Miles Killebrew, Steelers safety, special teams ace, with us. What a great young man he is. He's getting ready for the big game. And now we're sitting down with a man who has been there and done that, 3-time Super Bowl champion. He's here courtesy of the UFL. Daryl Johnston is with us here on The Drive. Daryl, Tom, how are you?
Good to see you, Tom.
Great to see you. Tell us about the UFL. The season's coming around. You guys start up on March 28th.
Yes. So we will kick off our Friday night package with Fox. And Fox has done football in the fall. They've done basketball in the winter on Friday nights, and they're going to roll right into spring with us. And so we will have a featured game every Friday night on Fox throughout the course of our regular season. And we start off with the St. Louis Battlehawks versus the Houston Roughnecks. So players are showing up on February 27th. We open up training camp on March 3rd, and then we will be kicking off on March 28th.
By the way, the head coach of the St. Louis Battlehawks, Anthony Becht, good friend of yours truly. So,
there we go.
Yes, he lives in the Tampa area. So, awesome guy. And do you find that, football is something that fans really can't get enough of, especially if you're going to try and do this in the spring?
We do. The NFL calendar now has grown so much, and they've kind of filled in those voids throughout the year, and they've incentivized events. I mean, the draft has become its own entity now in the NFL, where it was kind of an afterthought, a decade ago, 15 years ago, except for the hardcore football fans. They really kind of drum up free agency through that process as well. The schedule release as we're getting ready to head into summer, and then you're into training camp. So they really eliminate a lot of the downtime. So, they continue to keep that appetite for football in place, and we like to supplement that with the actual games. So it's finding that sweet spot on the calendar, venue availability with the partners that we work with, competition with other sporting events, through the course of the spring. And then how much time do we need to give the NFL viewer from post Super Bowl to kind of whet that appetite to get back into some spring football?
Former Dallas Cowboy fullback, Pro Bowler, 3-time Super Bowl champion, Daryl Johnston is with me here on The Drive. And I got to ask you about the Cowboys and the kind of offseason that they've had. Now, look, you've worked for Jerry Jones. You know him about as well as anybody. Can you explain what's been happening with the Cowboys of late? I mean, how do you explain it?
It's tough. It really appeared to me like they got caught off guard by the whole Mike McCarthy decision. And I think that's the one that's confusing for the Dallas fan base and all the fans in the DFW area is all the coaches' contracts were expiring this year. And this really looks like it kind of snuck up on you. And how does that happen? So I really think as you start to take the pieces of the puzzle and try and put them together, one of the theories that makes sense to me is the plan was to bring back Mike McCarthy. He had been 12-5 for 3 consecutive seasons before last year. I think there's a lot of reasons why Dallas had a tough season last year that are outside of his control. He kept the team together down the stretch. They played well, but it was just a tough year for circumstances that are outside of your control. So I'm really thinking that they're coming back and they're going to bring Mike McCarthy on board again. And I think a lot of people forget, all these contracts expired. So it's not like, are we deciding to stay with Mike McCarthy because he's got a year or 2 years left on his contract? No, we're going back to the negotiating table. And does this theory make sense? Mike McCarthy is going to put his proposal on the table for his new contract. He's probably going to go out and look at different coaches to try to get an idea of what that starting point should be. And one of the guys you would go to is Sean out in Denver. So Sean Payton's contract is going to be a number that's going to be something that Mike McCarthy can work off of because they have a similar career when you talk about victories and Super Bowl appearances. And it's going to be a big contract because of new ownership coming in and wanting to turn the Broncos franchise around. So does Mike present a number to Dallas that is higher than they want to pay? And then Dallas presents a number back to Mike that's lower than he wants to accept. And they just realize that they're at an impasse and they've got to move quickly. And you hire Brian Schottenheimer. And I think that's where the confusion comes in because it was a decision to stay in-house, to kind of stay status quo from offensive and defensive schemes, then why not bring Mike McCarthy back if that's what you wanted to do? So I think that that's where the confusion comes in. And that's, putting pieces of the puzzle together. That's just something that makes a little bit more sense to me. That they're not going to get caught, not being prepared for it. But I think that the cadence that they went through kind of leads to that theory, and then at the end it all just blows up on them, and now you're scrambling to get that filled.
They did. They were scrambling. As you mentioned, they hired Brian Schottenheimer. There was some talk out there that Deion Sanders, maybe they would offer him the job. Did you buy any of that? Was that close to happening?
I think the big thing there is Deion does not want to go into the NFL and coach against Shedeur. So I didn't see that happening. You're going to have to exit the Dak Prescott contract somehow to bring Shedeur in. So if it was going to be a package deal, if Deion is going to go somewhere and have the opportunity to continue to coach his son, Dallas was not a great fit without some major changes happening. So I don't know how much value you can put on that conversation, but I do know they spoke, and you're going to visit and talk about some things. And but I never saw that as a scenario that was going to be viable.
So we've got this interesting game coming up here on Sunday, and in a passing league, you don't see run-first teams, with an emphasis on the run, get to this point. But the Eagles do it about as good as anybody has in recent memory. So how do you think they match up with the Chiefs and vice versa?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key matchup of this game. I mean, that's going to be the first domino that tips. You've got a Philadelphia offense that commits to the run, has a 2,000-yard rusher, has a very talented offensive line in front of them, going against a Kansas City defense that has not allowed a running back to rush for 100 yards all season. Steve Spagnuolo has not given up 100 yards to a running back in the playoffs since he's been in Kansas City. So it's kind of a strength versus strength and what's going to give, because I think that dictates what happens during the rest of the game. When we played in Dallas, I think one of the things that made us a challenging offense to play against was the ability for us to have the confidence we could beat you either way. We could beat you running the football. We could beat you throwing the football. So if you tried to take Emmitt Smith away, we were going to hurt you with Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper and Jay Novacek in the passing game. I think that Philadelphia has that ability. If Kansas City can slow down, shut down the running game of the Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts can go to Devontae Smith. He can go to A.J. Brown. They've got Dallas Goedert at tight end. There's some viable options there. And just because they started off the year maybe a little bit more pass heavy, and there's this big conversation about after the bye, they came back and they leaned on Saquon, they can still throw the football. And Jalen Hurts has been very efficient that way. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch that first quarter and who's winning that battle down in the trenches. What does Kansas City do differently against this Philadelphia team to continue that streak of preventing the 100-yard rusher? Because they got a big challenge in front of them against this Philly team.
You had a guy that did nothing but win in Troy Aikman, and that's what Patrick Mahomes has done. He does nothing but win, and if he pulls this off on Sunday, he'll be the first guy to three-peat in the Super Bowl era. So does the conversation happen where Mahomes is mentioned in the same breath as Brady, in your opinion, if he can pull this off?
I think the big thing when you talk about anybody that's considered the greatest of all time becomes talent over time. So it's been amazing what Patrick has accomplished up until this stage of his career. And if you put the numbers up against Tom, he's playing better than Tom had through this stage of his career. So it's what happens down the stretch, because Tom was phenomenal all the way to the end of his career. I think the one thing that I see in both of them is, because they played in the free agency era, the ability for them to adjust to the roster and the change in the roster every year, the different way that they're going to play as a team in a complementary style. That was one of the great things about Tom Brady. And I see that in Patrick Mahomes, because when he first came into the league and they had Tyreek Hill and they were incredibly explosive as an offense, it was more of, you can't score as many points as we can. And now it's, we're not going to make the mistakes that allow you to beat us, because we're going to lean on our defense and we're going to lean on a clean style of offensive football. We can score enough points to beat you, but we're not going to beat ourselves. And it's been fun to watch Patrick. I saw a little bit of that last season. We had them late against New England last season. Mm-hmm. And that was one of the big things coming out of that week of prep, was how Patrick had changed. And the biggest thing for him was not explosive plays down the field, but having that critical turnover that swung the momentum back to the opponent.
Daryl Johnston, 3-time Super Bowl champion with the UFL. They get started March the 28th when the St. Louis Battlehawks take on the Houston Roughnecks. Best of luck to you, Daryl.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the game on Sunday. We
Thanks,
appreciate
Tom.
it.
You too.
You
Good to talk to you.
Daryl Johnston, awesome job there. All right, when we come back, the great Matthew Berry is with us, Mr. TMR himself. He will join me next year. The Drive, live on Radio Row. We'll be back.
You're tuned in to The Drive with T-Kras.
It's All right, welcome back. We are live on Radio Row. Great to have you with us. It's been a big show already and still to come. All-Pro left tackle Tristan Wirfs. He's going to be with me in about 30 minutes from now. The Drive with T-Kras being joined by a longtime friend and colleague. Great to see him finally in person. FantasyLife.com, the talented Mr. Roto himself, Matthew Berry. How are you, buddy?
Hey, man, Tom, it's great to meet you in person. You and I have texted and DM'd over the years. You're always a great source of Buccaneers information for all of us in the world of fantasy football. So appreciate you and all your work.
Well, thank you very much. And, the Buccaneers had themselves quite a year. And fortunately, they lost to your Commanders in the first round. Were you at Ray J for that one?
I was unfortunately not. I really wanted to, but we had the game. We had the game before. We had NBC. I had to work the night before, so the day before it all runs together. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it down to that game. But obviously, was rooting very hard. Really wanted that. I know what it was. We had that game. We actually it was the NBC game. That's why I was like, it was the NBC game, and I had to broadcast. They weren't sending our whole crew there, so I had to broadcast from our Stanford studios. And so I watched that one with my NBC, my FNIA crew, and it was obviously exciting. It's too bad because I do like the Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield's one of my favorite players in the NFL. I've interviewed many times. I'm sure you have as well. He's awesome. He's an easy guy to root for. When you meet him, you're sort of like, I get it. You know what I mean? I get he's that personable and charismatic. He's awesome. So I'm a big Baker fan. I'm a big Mike Evans fan because I grew up in College Station. Texas A&M legend Mike Evans. So I didn't want to beat you guys, but ultimately, I lived in Virginia starting when I was 5, until I was 12, and so been a Commanders fan since I was 5.
How surprised were you? 4th round pick, one of the gems of the draft, Bucky Irving, helped a lot of fantasy teams get all the way and even win fantasy titles. I mean, when I saw him at OTAs and minicamp, I was like, wow, this guy has got it. Whatever it is, the elusiveness, the ability to make guys miss, and he's got an extra gear. He didn't run the fastest 40 time coming out. That's why he fell to the 4th round, but he's an incredible player, Matthew.
Yeah, so not surprised at all and kind of surprised. And what I mean by that is I'm not surprised in the sense that if you go back and look at my preseason love-hate, he was on the preseason love list. He had such a great training camp and a preseason. We're like, this kid's special. They're going to use him, in a way. And so I kind of like him. And, we had talked a lot about, candidly, Rachaad White was on my preseason hate list. And again, love and hate isn't about the player. It's about where they're being drafted. And I was worried. Part of the reason I didn't love where Rachaad White was being drafted this year in fantasy was because I thought Bucky Irving's going to eat into his workload. One of the reasons why Rachaad was so good in fantasy 2 years ago is he just got this massive workload. That Dave Canales was like, I don't care if he's averaging 3 yards a carry. We're just going to keep establishing the run. And so the volume sort of got you there. And, of course, the elite pass catching, he was so involved in the passing game. But we're like, Bucky Irving's going to take some of that third down work. And so so I wasn't surprised in that because you saw the talent sort of leap off the field as soon as he got there. But I was surprised in the fact that, because we know Todd Bowles loves his veterans, and it's not like Rachaad White is bad. Rachaad White had both a good year this year and a good year last year as well. And so I think I was surprised that, sort of towards down the stretch that, Bucky kind of took the backfield over.
Matthew Berry with me from NBC, FantasyLife.com here on The Drive. We got the big one this week, and we're talking about fantasy running backs, and Saquon Barkley's having one of the great years we've ever seen. I'm surprised, Matthew, that they didn't let him go for that record, that final game. He was only 101 yards shy of Eric Dickerson. Did that surprise you as well?
It didn't, because for two reasons. One is, he's so crucial to their offense. And I think if you're Nick Sirianni and you're just like, if he goes out there and he twists an ankle, he gets a high ankle sprain, and he's out for a couple playoff games and derails what we feel is a very good shot at getting to the Super Bowl, which obviously proved correct, I'm going to feel like a moron. And more importantly, certain players, Tom, you've been around players for so long. There are certain players that are selfish. Where are my stats? If ever there was a guy to have that happen to, it's Saquon Barkley, who is the ultimate selfless guy, team guy. And he was very clear about it. He goes, yeah, would it be nice? Sure. But we've got bigger goals here at Philadelphia. This is why I came to Philadelphia, was to try to win a Super Bowl ring. And so I think that given the situation and the player, I'm not surprised. I think we all would have enjoyed to see it because it's been such a magical year for Saquon Barkley, but it made a lot of sense from a practical standpoint.
He's a great guy and a really easy guy to root for, and I wish him the very best of luck. Problem is he plays for the Eagles, and I can tell, and you don't like him. Obviously, you're a Commanders fan, and I can speak for everyone listening to us now in the Tampa Bay area. We don't like Eagles fans.
Yeah.
You were at the link. You were there for the NFC Championship game, and obviously anytime you go in there, you take a risk. With those Eagles fans, right? What was that like?
You absolutely do. And I was very honest. I said this on my show on Fantasy Football Happy Hour. They're like, are you going to go to the game? I said, the only way I'm going to the game is if I can sneak into like a suite with a full of Commanders fans, where I'm not going out there wearing Commanders gear, like in the general population, surrounded by, crazy Eagles fan. And so I luckily I know a number of people at the team, and I was able to get into a suite. Thank you to the Commanders ownership that got me into a suite with fellow Commanders fans. So I was basically safe. I will say the subway ride home, the walk to my hotel, that was a little dicey. But my attitude on this was, my wife was super nervous about it. And I said, you know what? I think it's all about how you approach it. That yes, I definitely had a number of Eagles fans come up to me and was like, F you and you suck and everything like that. But I feel like where things go off the rails is if you react to that and say, oh yeah, well, F you back. And then it gets into it.
Right.
But when people said that to me, I just said, yeah, man, you guys were the better team. And they were. I'm like, you guys got us. You know what I mean? Congratulations. Good luck in the Super Bowl. And I just, I smiled when I said it, and that sort of diffused the situation. But I don't recommend it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. All right, so big game on Sunday. What's the X factor? Who do you like?
I like the Chiefs. And I think the X factor is super obvious, but I think it's 15, and I think it's Andy Reid. I've given the stat out a lot this week, but in the Patrick Mahomes era, in the playoffs, when Andy Reid has had more than 1 week to prepare for the game, when he's had 2 weeks, right? Whether it's they had a bye, whether it's prior to the Super Bowl, he's lost one game. He's literally only lost one game, and that was to Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right? And all due respect to Jalen Hurts, he ain't Tom Brady.
So you like the Chiefs. And look, and that's something that I'm a big believer in Andy Reid, because you give that guy 2 weeks coming off a bye, he's got 2 weeks to prepare. You can't beat him. He's unbeatable.
Yeah, and by the way, I think that Buccaneers Super Bowl goes differently if the Chiefs' offensive line doesn't get decimated during the game.
That was the biggest key going into that game. I knew the Buccaneers were going to win because the Chiefs were starting Tom, Dick, and Harry along their O-line, and Patrick Mahomes was literally running for his life that night.
Here's one X factor for you is how well Jalen Hurts handles the blitz. He over his career, he's been all right. This year in particular, he's been very bad against the blitz. He's been in the bottom third of the NFL in terms of all the counting stats against the blitz. He's not good against the blitz. And so Spags is so good at disguising those blitz and blitz packages and bringing pressure from different areas. So if he can get to Hurts, they can get home to Hurts, I think it will go in Kansas City's favor. But if they've got a plan, to handle that pressure, and Jalen can recognize all the different schemes, the disguised blitzes, and get rid of the ball quickly, then I absolutely think they have a chance.
You can follow him on socials at Matthew Berry TMR, fantasylife.com, NBC, of course, the fantasy god, Matthew Berry. Always a pleasure.
Tom, I have to ask you one question before we go. I have to ask you one question.
You can.
All right, because you've covered the team forever, so you're familiar with Liam Cohen. So here's my question. Duval. What the hell was that? Duval. Thank you. Yes.
It's on our wall of fame.
Of course.
Wall of shame. Terrible.
What was that?
It was terrible. And he was like that new kid. He's in a new school. He's trying to impress. He's trying to make new friends. And he does something really stupid and awkward on day one. That's exactly what that was.
Is he that goofy in normal life? Because you've covered him but I think us in the national media don't. We hear from Bulls, right? We don't cover the press conferences the way you guys do, of the coordinators.
I thought he handled himself well. I mean, the offensive coordinator talked once every week on a Thursday, and we never really saw that goofy side of him. It was goofy. And the way he went about his business, obviously, in leaving, we've been talking about that, as you can imagine, for the last 2 or 3 weeks. Absolutely bizarre.
Yeah.
Matthew.
I don't blame him for that. I know Buccaneers fans are bitter, but I don't think they should be. Can I offer one opinion on that, and then I'll get out of here?
Absolutely.
Here's my opinion on that. I get it. But I think anytime, and I have 23 full-time employees at Fantasy Life, and I've over my career I've had other people working under me. If somebody that works for you has a chance at a better job, at more money and a better job, a way to advance their career that isn't possible in your organization, you should let them go, and let them go with a smile and a shake of the hand. And I get that the back and forth was bad, but I think he went in, Jackson said, we'd like you to hire you for our head coach. And he says, I ain't working for Trent Baalke. And they're like, oh, he's our general manager. So, okay. So he says, hey, Tampa, I'm coming back. But then Shad Khan says, oh, you know what? Actually, we think you're more important. No one wants Baalke. We're letting Trent Baalke go. And so then now, once again, the situation has changed, and Liam Cohen has a chance to have a better job that's not available in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization.
Nobody's disputing that at all, Matthew. It's the way he went about it.
Sure.
He goes to the Bucs. They thought he was coming in to sign his contract. They couldn't find him for 12 hours, and all of a sudden he calls up Todd Bowles. My kid, and look, his kid is legitimately sick, so you don't want to obviously make light of that. But he lied. He ghosted them. Then he took the secret trip. I think that's the problem that the Buccaneers had. If he was just upfront and transparent, hey, they got rid of Baalke. I'm interested in the job. No problem. $60 million over 5 years. I mean, who the hell could turn that down?
Right. I think that's all fair criticism. But I would say, just again, for a guy that got on national TV, in front of a huge thing and went, Maybe he's not the most socially adept guy. He's a young coordinator.
Yep.
He's not an experienced guy. I mean, he's had a very fast rise as well.
Yes.
It's not like this is a guy that's been a coordinator for 15 years and he finally gets his shot. He's not Brian Schottenheimer, right? You know what I mean? And so I think somebody that hasn't been around the game in a position of prominence the way he has, like, I don't know, he handled it poorly, but you know what I mean? Like, very few people are in that kind of situation where, you're like, well, if you want to, I just don't want to work with that guy. And so you go do that. And then you're like, actually, you know what? We're going to fire the guy and we will do that for you. And like, oh, crap, you really? I don't know. And then you get the sick kid and just, there's sometimes you find yourself in situations where you're just, I don't know what to handle. And then you make one wrong step and then it compounds itself. I've never met Liam Cohen. I don't know him from a hole in the wall.
He handled it poorly.
Yeah. But if I was a Buccaneers fan.
No one is begrudging, and I say this all the time, I would never begrudge anybody for wanting to advance their career, wanting to have a better life for themselves. Absolutely. He just could have handled it better.
He sure could have, but I think if you're a Buccaneers fan, you feel good about the year that you had, that you proved that Baker proved he didn't need Dave Canales, that you found Bucky Irving, you found Jalen McMillan. I think the future is really bright in Tampa Bay.
Really bright. They still have a great offense. Josh Grizzard is the new offensive coordinator. He's going to join me later on in the program. Really bright guy. Went to Yale, so I think they'll be fine. Matthew, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming by, and a pleasure to meet you in person, finally.
You bet.
Matthew Berry, the talented Mr. Roto, at Matthew Berry TMR. Follow him on social media. 1 hour down, 3 more hours to go. The great All-Pro Tristan Wirfs will join me in hour number 2. Stay with us. It's The Drive.
Message to Bucks fans.
95.3 WDAE has your chance to win $1,000. Just
Probably says, yeah, you're that guy that told me my career would be a career backup. But you're right.
Shut up.
You're right.
all around Tampa Bay, plus worldwide on iHeartRadio.
The gloves are off. I'm playing hardball. It's 4th and 15, and you're looking at a full court press.
You're too
The other day, he tried throwing one of those cookies up to Travis Kelce,
sports fan.
and it hit something, and he said, man, what's up with everybody always trying to pick off my passes? I was like, man.
Because you're on the drive.
All right, here's a presser cut message to Bucks fans.
95.3 WDAE and AM 620.
Absolutely. I'm fired up. You guys know the foundation that's in place. We didn't come here to go to the playoffs and lose a home game, so we're trying to take it to the next level, try to bring a championship back to Tampa, and I'm fired up to be here and try to lead this unit down the road.
That is the new offensive coordinator for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Josh Grizzard. He was introduced at a press conference earlier today. He's excited. He's fired up. That was his message to Buccaneer fans. And you're going to hear from Josh Grizzard. He will join me on the show coming up at 6:05. Welcome back. Good afternoon, Tampa Bay. It is hour number 2 on an action-packed show. The Drive with yours truly, T-Kras, Tom Krasnicki, presented by Moss Nissan. We are live at Radio Row at the Convention Center here in New Orleans. It is day number 4. An incredible day so far. A great first hour of action-packed guests. Steelers safety Miles Killebrew, one of the best special teams player. What a great young man, too. He joined us right at the top of the show. And then we talked to Daryl Johnston, 3-time Super Bowl champion, former Dallas Cowboy. Got his thoughts on the big game. He's now with the United Football League as they will open up play on March the 28th with our guy Anthony Beck and the St. Louis Battlehawks taking on the Houston Roughnecks. And then the talented Mr. Roto, one of the fantasy gurus that we have here in our industry, Matthew Berry of NBC and FantasyLife.com, and always a pleasure to catch up with him. The first time that, we have seen each other in person. So really great conversation with Matthew Berry. 888-546-4620. Text at 82945. Coming up in a matter of moments, Tristan Wirfs, all-pro left tackle from your Buccaneers. He's going to be with me live on Radio Row. He's on his way over here. And look, just to give you an idea, and I'm sure people are trying to, get in front of him. Hey, can you come on my show? Can you come on this podcast? Whatnot. I mean, there are dozens of podcast companies that I don't think anyone's ever heard of, to be quite honest, along with, radio stations from all across the nation. I mean, all of the networks are here, obviously, as you might imagine. Christopher Mad Dog Russo from SiriusXM and ESPN's First Take. He will join me as well coming up at 5:05. And you'll want to stick around for that. 2 radio guys who used to work for the same company way back in the day when my career began. I was an intern. And then, of course, I worked at WFAN with Christopher Russo, and then he tried to hire me back in 2008, and we talked about that as well, off the air a little bit. So he will join us at 5:05. Josh Grizzard at 6:05. Tristan Wirfs will be here in a matter of moments. By the way, Jameis Winston is making the rounds. He's doing some work for Fox, and during the last commercial break, I saw Jameis. He was doing a podcast. I went up to him. I said hello. He came over, and there was, again, if you're somebody here on Radio Row, so many people are trying to get in front of you to try and get you on their show or podcast. So Jameis was just bombarded by all of these people. And then he saw me, and he was talking to 5 people. He's like, oh. He went crazy. He's like, oh, my God, T-Kras. He goes, I haven't seen you in like 7 or 8 years. And, he came up, gave me a hug. We talked for a little bit. He can't join us today because he's just absolutely slammed with interview requests. But there's a good chance that the former Buccaneer, the former number 1 overall pick, Jameis Winston, will join us on the show coming up tomorrow.
I finally found Pride Rock.
on a football Friday. So we're going to have Jameis on tomorrow. And, of course, there's that viral video where he's riding the bike and, he goes into like a horse or something. I don't even know. Jameis doesn't even know what he's doing half the time. That's what makes him so funny. He's just a really interesting character, a great personality. He's doing things for Fox. I mean, he was all over the opening night handing out these W-shaped cookies, go eat a W and whatnot. So he has taken, one of the more infamous moments we have seen, obviously, when he was member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He has taken that moment and he has profited. He has benefited from it. So, he's trying, obviously, to angle for his next gig. He is a free agent quarterback, and hopefully, if we have a chance to get him on the show tomorrow, we'll ask him where he would like to end up. He still has a home in the Tampa Bay area. He's actually not too far from me. We talked about that, too, when I just cornered him a few moments ago. So we'll hope to get Jameis on tomorrow. Nick Wise tried to get him earlier, but I got in front of him. Now he knows it's yours truly. It's DAE. So I think there's a good chance, Nick Wise, that we get him on tomorrow. 888-546-4620. Text at 82945. Now, also coming up in a little while, in the next hour, Christopher Mad Dog Russo at 5:05, and that's going to be something else. And then at 5:30, the Super Bowl. Player prop bets that we're all going to be fixated on. We're going to be making up some, parlays and whatnot. That is coming up on Let It Ride, which is at 5:30 on your ride home, as we'll take you all the way up until 7 o'clock. And just so many people walking back and forth here at the convention center, which is just absolutely just miles long, it seems like, here on Radio Row. So many people, so many dignitaries and whatnot going back and forth. By the way, Chris Mathis, I did get in front of Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. So I went over to the Pro Football Talk set, and literally they're just doing interview after interview. They've been nonstop, like for the last few hours. So he doesn't have time to come on, but there's a chance tomorrow that we might get Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, to come on by. And so I went up to him and I introduced, because he's been on our show, I don't know, like 10, 15 times, Chris Mathis.
Oh, easy. I think probably 7 or 8, maybe even 10 this year alone.
So I went up to him and I'm like, hi, Mike, Tom Kras. He knew exactly. He goes, I heard you. The minute you opened your mouth, I knew exactly who you were. So he was great. And we talked for a while, and he should be with us on the show tomorrow. We should get him tomorrow. There was a possibility to get Gronk at some point, maybe today or tomorrow. I know Nick Wise has been efforting that. I mean, it's such a fluid situation in trying to get some of these guys to come by, because they're being pulled literally in like 17 different directions. So we're going to try and make all that happen here on the show today. Rest of today, we got a huge guest list today. It's already been awesome with 3 guests in the first hour. Tristan Wirfs is on his way. He's going to be here in a matter of moments. Christopher Mad Dog Russo at 5:05, and the new Buccaneer offensive coordinator, Josh Grizzard, will be with me at 6:05, and we'll get his thoughts on how he got the job, what are some of his biggest influences on his coaching career, and we got into that as well. And how can this Buccaneer offense, which was so good last year, in the top 5 in every statistical category, how can they get better? And he's got an interesting response to that as well. Josh Grizzard, new Buccaneers offensive coordinator. He's coming up at 6 o'clock here on the show. Of course, you won't want to miss that. 888-546-4620. If you want to hop on board, you are more than welcome to do so. Texts are rolling in at 82945. The talented Mr. Roto, a lot of people texting in. No, look at this guy. My radio was breaking up. Were you saying Ryan Pepio ordered you? No, he didn't order me a call girl. It was a king cake or whatever. Very particular, kind of Mardi Gras type of king cake. His big rectangular cake, which was just incredible. A call girl, that was another story there. that we
I want to try one of those king cakes, man.
King cake or the call girl?
No, I'm good. I'm happily engaged, but a king cake, oh man, it looks good.
Dude, it is so big, and there's no way I'm going to eat a little bit of it. There's no way I'm going to finish any part of it, or not even half of it. Nick Wise, you're going to have to help me at some point, maybe later on tonight or tomorrow morning or whatever, with that king cake. It's just sitting in my hotel room there. But Ryan Pepio, what a guy. Ryan Pepio. He's like, yeah, you text me. He's like, yeah. He goes, you've got a delivery at the front desk. And my first question to him was, is it ticking? And he's like, no, it's not, but I think you'll enjoy it. So what a great guy Ryan Pepio is. He's already down in Port Charlotte. He's getting ready. Rays pitchers and catchers, by the way, report on Monday. And, you know, the owners' meetings, there was a little bit of news there. Stu Sternberg made some waves by saying, we got some time. I don't know what we're going to do. But he did say that the Rays are not for sale. I don't know if I completely believe that, because I just know, and he did confirm that, yes, investment groups have been talking to him about buying into the Rays and spending money on the Rays. And looks like Tristan Wirfs, by the way, is going to join us in a little bit at 3:25. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to break now, Chris Mathis, and when we come back, the all-pro left tackle of your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he's on the way over, Tristan Wirfs. So how does he feel about how Liam Cohen departed from Tampa Bay, and how does he feel about Josh Grizzard? You know, Baker Mayfield's his BFF. Can the Buccaneers finally get deeper into the playoffs next year, or perhaps another Super Bowl? And Tristan Wirfs knows all about that. They won a Super Bowl in his rookie year. The all-pro left tackle of your Buccaneers, Tristan Wirfs, he will join me coming up next, live from Radio Row. Stay with us. It's The Drive.
You're tuned in to The Drive with T-Kras.
Play on iHeartRadio. I'm Amy Snyder.
The slow roasted Cantina chicken menu is here.
All right, let's do them. Hang tight.
Like purple cabbage and freshly prepared pico de.
Yep. I'm in the locker room, too. I've seen Tristan a couple times.
And AM 620 is live.
All right, here we go. Thanks for joining us, Tristan. Appreciate you.
By Moss Nissan.
Welcome back. We are live on Radio Row, where it's starting to get a little wild, a little crazy. We're a day closer to the Super Bowl Sunday. The Chiefs and the Eagles will do battle. The Drive with yours truly, T-Kras, Tom Krasnicki, and he's sitting down with us right now. All-Pro left tackle number 78, Tristan Wirfs, is with me here on The Drive. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. You just got into town, obviously, and you were just mentioning before we came on, this has been kind of a whirlwind for you, right?
Yeah. This is crazy. It's my first time here. So seeing this all, what is it, like Media Row, they call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's fun. It's been a blast.
It's been a blast. So great to have you with us. How do you feel physically, obviously, coming off the long season? I know you had the knee and the ankle issues.
Yeah,
What's going on?
Not bad. Not feeling bad. I'll probably start. I'll start training on Monday. Just kind of slowly get back into it, moving around, getting back into rehab and everything. Feeling good. It's nice to take a little time off.
4 straight division titles. I know you guys wanted to try and extend your season, but the wild card loss to the Commanders, I mean, is that something that's going to stick with you, or you have already forgotten about that?
I mean, it's going to sting. Like, it being the last taste in your mouth, it's going to suck all off season. But that's what motivates you, through the off season. Like, okay, like we're close. We're so close. Like we were 2 games away last year. Like losing this game, like we're right there. And so that's what pushes you through the off season is knowing that you can always do a little bit more. You can keep getting better, keep grinding, and then we'll come back ready to go.
Then you had a little bit of news because your offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, left. Yeah. He went up to Jacksonville. So walk me through this. Now, you guys were in the Bahamas, right? Because Baker Mayfield took you guys down there. Is that what happened?
Yep. Yeah, we were down in the Bahamas. And I was just like, Baker was on the phone with a bunch of people, doing his quarterback stuff. He's top of the food chain, so he gets to help with the decisions and stuff. And we're all hanging out, and I'm just trying to follow along on Twitter. I saw they requested to interview him, and I saw he agreed to something with the Bucs. I was like, okay, he's back. And then, like, I don't know if it was the next day or later that afternoon, we saw, like, oh, he's in Jacksonville taking the job. We're like, all right. And we were trying to get Baker, like, dude, let's just – I know it's probably stressful for him. What is it, his 9th OC now?
8th in 8 years.
Yeah, that's insane. But we're like, he called us the next day and just, said, I appreciate you guys, love you guys. And same thing, we said, best of luck to you. We love you. Had to give him some shit about his little Duval thing. Like, that was hilarious.
We're on live radio, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. Had to give some crap about that.
Seriously, dude. Like, what was he thinking doing that? And obviously, it's on our wall of shame because we play a lot of sound drop. Play that, Chris Mathis, for him, because I think
Duval.
What is that? That's weak. Come on.
They had him redeem himself. I saw on their socials. They had to, but we told him, like, we love you, dude. We know it's a business, and we know, like, the opportunity to go be a head coach. That's his dream. Doesn't come around very often. So, happy for him. Wish him nothing but the best. We're excited for Grizz. Bake's got all the confidence in the world in Grizz, so I'm confident about it too.
Josh Grizzard, obviously the new offensive coordinator. He's going to join me later on in the show, so I had a chance to talk to him earlier, and we'll run that back at 6:05. So what you know about Josh Grizzard, I mean, he handled third downs. You guys were number 1 in the NFL in third downs, so he did an incredible job there. So give us an idea as to what kind of coach he is.
Yeah, Grizz is a wizard. I don't want to say behind the scenes, but at the time, he wasn't very vocal with me. But with Bake, like him and Bake spent so much time together, like getting our third down stuff right. So, he's a pass game coordinator, like that's huge for us. But he's an awesome dude. I'm super excited. It's so easy to talk to him, and him being around, I think is going to be big time. Guys know him. It's going to be the same system. I'm really excited.
Maintaining that continuity, how important is that for you as an O-line, obviously with Baker and the receivers and everything else? I mean, you don't want to be speaking a different language, and Baker's done that. Look, 8 OCs in 8 years. I mean, if anybody can handle that, it's him, right?
And now going into his third one, with his third year at the Bucs, like, he signed a deal with us and he's here with a place that supports him and backs him and trusts him, and he's still in his third offense here. So hopefully it's similar, and we don't have to relearn a whole new one, but whatever the case may be, Bake's confident, so I'm confident.
Tristan Wirfs is with me, all-pro left tackle. So I made a statement a couple of weeks ago. I think you're the best left tackle in football. Trent Williams is going on age 37. Nobody, and you're the first person that's done this. All-pro right tackle, all-pro left tackle. I mean, and you and I have talked, and you were kind of stressing about the move because you're so meticulous. You want to be as great as you can be, and you are. So how gratifying is it to see everybody kind of recognizing the hard work that you put in and making that transition? Because it's not easy.
No, not at all. It was very special to me. Just obviously with the mental side of it, the previous year, like switching to the left side, I was just so scared I was going to let everybody down. And I know the work that I put in this past offseason, like it was a grind. But me and Luke Gedeke were there. Like there was a bunch of guys. Like KJ Britt was there, Yaya Diaby, Jose Ramirez. Like all these guys were there. So it was just it was a lot of fun. But just the work we put in, I was like, to see it pay off, down the stretch was really cool. And I'm excited to do it again. And starting back up on Monday. So it's gonna be fun.
Starting back up on Monday. So you and Luke back in the weight room.
He's already there. Luke's already there. He's a freak. He's a freak of nature.
What are those shirts you guys made up?
The stringers. It was
oh gosh.
Bench Row Records.
That's it.
Bench Row Records. Yeah.
Bench Row Records. So
yeah, we'll get those back. I got maybe a couple weeks into training. I won't bust it out right away. I got a little soft these 3 weeks, so we'll get back into it. I'll bust the tank top out.
So he missed 5 weeks with that concussion.
Yeah.
And I remember like every day on the show, I'm like, wow, I can't believe he's not playing again. So I was starting to get concerned about him. And what was that period of time like for you guys?
It's tough because concussions are, you only get one brain. You can fix your ankle, you can fix your knee, fix your elbow, fix your fingers, whatever it may be. You only get one brain. And I told him, I was like, dude, if you're not ready, then don't come back. And he was getting like really, really severe headaches at night and getting like real bad anxiety about it. He just wasn't right yet. And that's what's tough is it's just how you feel, and I told him, I said, you got to be smart, dude. Like this is your brain. And he wore the Guardian cap after that. Like, and he's like, you're going to make fun of me. I was like, well, yeah, you're my friend, but I still love you. I was like, it's good for you. But no, he was going through there for a while, and we all just wanted to make sure he was okay. And then he came back and was lights out.
God.
Lights out.
He was awesome when he came back. Is he still good? He's got to wear the Guardian cap because I'm telling you, man, he was a different player.
It works. The Guardian cap works.
And like, what is it like wearing that thing? I know you didn't wear it, but did it bother him? I mean, it's not weighty, right? It's just
No, it's not weighted, but you can feel it. Like we have to wear it in practice.
Right.
So all of our practice helmets have those, and you get used to it. You do. Ours are black for some reason, so it heats up.
The heat. Yeah. You don't want to do that in training camp.
It heats up. So, but no, he came back and balled out. It was awesome.
He did. He was great, and I think you and him, you form one of the best tackle tandems in the NFL, the entire O-line. Talk to me about Graham Barton and his maturation process. We know he's a brainiac. He's a smart dude. Yeah. Talk to us about how he developed throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, coming in as a rookie playing O-line anywhere is going to be tough. But coming in and doing it, playing centers, it's really tough. You got to get all of us on the right page. But he took it in stride, and I thought he did great. He had Rob Hainsey there, in his ear, helping him out through, with stuff during the week. And I told him, I was like, no one's going to be a harder critic on you than yourself. I was like, it's how it goes for O-linemen. So I was like, I'm here. I was like, I went through it. I know what it's like. I said, just go out there and play. I said, you know how to play football. I said, just go be an athlete. He's a freak of nature. Graham Barton he's a freak of nature. He's damn near 6'5", 315 pounds, like playing center. So watching him go out and play ball is pretty fun. I told him, I was like, this is the group we had this year, O-line wise, was so special. I've never had this much fun. I've never loved these guys as much as I did this year. I'm sorry. It was so fun. But yeah, watching Graham is special. It's cool.
Tristan Wirfs with me, all-pro left tackle. We certainly appreciate his time. We're here live on Radio Row. So when I mention the name Bucky Irving, the first thought that comes to your mind is what?
Dog. My first thought comes to mind is like that he had an opposing stadium start chanting his name. That was insane. That was crazy. He's just a special kid, you know. It's weird saying that, a special kid. Like I'm getting old.
You are getting old.
In football years, I'm getting old. But having Bucky back there, I mean, the three guys we had Bucky, Rashad, and Tuck. Like they all played a huge role this year. But Bucky, it was pretty cool. He's an awesome kid.
So what is your offseason going to be like? You and Gedeke, obviously, you're going to get into the weight room and find out who can bench more. But aside from that, what else are you going to be up to this offseason?
Nothing. Hanging out with my son. You know, he turned 10 months old a couple days ago. So just watching him grow, and hopefully, I think Graham's going to stay and hang out with us for a while and train with us. So I think it's the biggest thing, getting as many guys training with us as we can and enjoying it down there.
So if I made you the general manager of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Tristan Wirfs, you know, Jason Light has been relieved of his duties. You're the GM this offseason. What's your first order of business?
What's up, Miles? How you doing? No.
Do you know Myles Garrett at all?
I don't, not personally. It would be a toss-up. Yeah, that's hard because at the same time, you know, Chris Godwin is Chris Godwin. You know, was having an unbelievable season. Probably on pace to break a lot of records. Probably team records. Like he was having a great season. Chris Godwin's one of the best human beings I know. One of the best football players I know. So I think that's always priority number one.
So you'd re-sign Chris Godwin. You'd call Myles Garrett or call the Browns, see if you can work out anything there.
Yeah.
Levante David, obviously, right?
Levante needs to come back. I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know anything, but I love Levante to death. I want him to come back.
I had Gerald McCoy on, and he talks to Levante a lot. And I talked to Levante the day after you guys lost to the Commanders, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to take some time."
Yeah.
And when my mind and my body are in agreement, that's when I'll know.
Yeah.
And you'll know when you know, right? As a player.
I will say he hit 19.5 miles an hour chasing down Jaden Daniels in the playoff game. That's insane. He's a
34-year-old man.
He still got it.
He does.
He still got it.
And he loves the game. I think he's coming back. I do.
I love Levante. And it's been really, really. I thought he hated me my rookie year. I did. I don't know why. I was scared of him, but it's been really fun to watch.
You were afraid of him?
Yeah, he's scary. The relationship I have with him now, like it's so much fun. I love him.
I got to mention that to him next time I talk to him. Like, Tristan was really afraid of you.
I think he knows. I think
he does know that.
Tell him. I think he knows.
I'll tell him.
Yeah.
What a great story. Did you do anything that would make him want to be mad at you? I mean, you're like the nicest guy anyone could ever meet. Not that I know. I don't think I did anything. I was just, I don't know what it was. I thought he didn't like me. You know, that's another question that fans have. And Tristan Wirfs is with me, and I promise you I'm going to let you go because you've been awesome. So fans are like, oh, Tristan Wirfs, he seems like a great guy. He gets on the field, though, and he's like ferocious. So how do you find that balance between turning that light switch on and off when you get on the field and you're dominating somebody?
I don't know. My mom used to always say, "Oh, you got to flip a switch." But I never understood that. I was like, I can get I'm trying to do my job to the best of my ability. And I think it's been since Baker's got here that I've kind of been a little prick sometimes. I think it's because of him. He's bringing something out that I didn't know was down there. But no, I just try. You know, it's nice having him back there. Like I do everything I can to protect him, keep his jersey clean, and we all take a lot of pride in that too.
All right, a couple of real quick questions, some fun questions. Baker Mayfield, your BFF. First thing that comes to your mind when I say Baker Mayfield?
Skinny margarita.
What's that?
Skinny margarita.
Oh, what's skinny margarita?
That's his drink. That's his go.
That's his drink?
Yeah.
So he's not a bourbon guy? Or
No.
Skinny margarita. Okay, we have to write that down. Favorite restaurant?
Olivia.
Okay.
So good.
Yeah?
Charlie's Steakhouse.
Charlie's Steakhouse.
That's my number one.
Okay, so
Olivia's a close second.
Okay. Favorite getaway in Tampa Bay?
Favorite getaway?
Like if you're going on a staycation, get away for a day or two without going too far.
I went Me and Meredith went somewhere. Treasure Island.
Treasure Island. Yep.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Treasure Island.
Yep.
Like 2 years ago on the bye week. 3 years ago on the bye week. It was
Okay.
fun. It was gorgeous down there.
Okay. Todd Bowles.
The best. I love Coach Bowles.
You do.
I love Coach Bowles to death. I call pre-contract stuff, or like in training camp when I was doing like the hold in. I just would call and talk to him. It's like knew he was a player, but I was like, do I hold out or like
So you asked him for advice on the hold.
Yeah.
And he told you what?
He's like, I'll always have your back. And I was like, I love you. And then he's like, do what you got to do. And he's like, it'll all be all right. And I was like, okay. And it was a couple days later.
Tell you what, man, if that was Bruce Arians, I might have went down probably a little differently.
Yeah, BA's scary. I love BA to death, but he was scary. He was scary. He scared me.
All right, Tristan, I appreciate a few minutes. Thanks for coming by. You're awesome. Number 78, all-pro left tackle of your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Continued success. Have a great offseason.
Thank you, guys.
You got it.
Thanks, T-Kras.
Tristan Wirfs. Awesome having him here. We're live here on Radio Row. It's The Drive. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You're tuned in to The Drive with T-Kras. E and AM 620.
Having a great time here live on Radio Row. Welcome back to The Drive with T-Kras, presented by our guys over at Moss Nissan. Come on, give me a drink, Mathis. Come on, try to break up my party. No skinny margaritas for me. I would prefer Chattanooga whiskey. Give me some bourbon, and I will be just fine. But our presentation of Radio Row this week, The Drive, brought to you by our guys over at Moss Nissan, where their goal is to never lose your business over price. MossNissan.com. Really want to thank them for their support. That's the reason why we are here live on Radio Row. It's been an incredible week. It's been an incredible show so far. Our thanks to Tristan Wirfs, number 78. What a great dude. I mean, he is genuinely one of the more down-to-earth, affable, engaging, friendliest people, friendliest, person that you will ever meet or ever come across. I mean, what a great dude. And I just said to him, you are so nice. I mean, how do you get on the field and just turn that switch and turn into this absolute monster? Because you would not know it if you met this guy and you would think, oh, what a really down-to-earth individual. And then Tristan Wirfs gets on the field, and then he buries people. Buries them. You can't get through him in pass protection. Somebody that big shouldn't be that athletic and light on his feet, but he is. And there's a reason why all-pro right tackle, all-pro left tackle. I mean, you're talking about, for my money, he's the best tackle in football right now. With all due respect to Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell is a tremendous right tackle and a great player. But he didn't do a right tackle and left tackle. Tristan Wirfs has done that, and he's the only one to achieve all-pro status at right tackle and then again at left tackle. That shows you how special Tristan Wirfs is. And, he talked about the rest of that O-line. He and Lou Gedeke, they're really tight. And when Gedeke came back from his concussion, he put the Guardian cap on, and he looked like one of the best right tackles in the NFL. And the Buccaneers are blessed to have maybe the best tackle tandem in football. I know the team that you'll see on Sunday, the Eagles, they have one of the best. Jordan Mailata at left tackle is tremendous. Lane Johnson at right tackle is a future Hall of Famer. I know the Lions also have a good tackle tandem. Taylor Decker at left tackle is solid. And Penei Sewell is great at right tackle, as we all know. But the combination of Tristan Wirfs and Lou Gedeke are about as good as it gets at offensive tackle. And the dude is just down to earth, just an awesome person, a great human being. And I'm so happy for all of his success. And he talked very openly about how stressful it was to make that transition from right tackle to left tackle. I don't want to let anyone down. And he expects so much out of himself. His bar is all the way up here. And that's why it's really tough for him to meet those expectations, because he expects nothing but the very best out of himself. And look, God bless him, man. He's doing it. He is doing it at a level that you really haven't seen at that position. 888-546-4620. Great text out of the 352. The 3 or 4 tackles that went before Tristan Wirfs in the 2020 draft, how are they doing? Well, funny you should ask, because I look, Andrew Thomas is the first guy, and when he plays for the Giants, he's a good left tackle, really good. But he's had a lot of injuries that have held him back. Of course, Mekhi Becton was one of those guys with the Jets, flamed out. He had a lot of injuries. And now, incidentally enough, he is in Philadelphia, and he's been really good as a right guard. They kicked him inside, and he's also been outstanding at that right guard position. But I mean, if you were to talk to those 3 teams that picked right in front of the Buccaneers, and look, kudos to Jason Light, because he saw an opportunity. And once you get a guy like Tom Brady, I mean, you knew that the Buccaneers had to do everything in their power in order to appease Brady and protect Tom Brady when he came here to Tampa Bay in 2020. And the first order of business was to get a right tackle. At the time, they had Donovan Smith at left tackle. And for the 2020 season, he did a good job. Then obviously his play waned in 21, and then the Buccaneers made the decision right after they lost to the Cowboys in the wild card playoffs. And gosh, I forgot to ask Wirfs that question because Todd Bowles called him into his office, the exit interviews. It was the morning after. It was the day after the season ended. And he looked Tristan Wirfs in the eye and he said, son, you're moving to left tackle. Get ready now. Yes, sir. Immediately, sir. And look, Tristan Wirfs began the process of doing everything backwards. When you play right tackle, your stance, your hand placement, everything is reverse of what you would be doing at left tackle. And he put a lot of time and effort into it. And guess what? He's now an all-pro left tackle. Imagine that. 888-546-4620. That's the number. Text at 82945 on the Bartow Ford DA text platform. Standard message and data rates do apply. So Andrew Thomas was the first tackle taken in that 2020 draft. Number 4 overall. Look, when he's healthy, he's a really good player. He has not been healthy. The Giants need him to stay healthy. The second tackle taken, Jedrick Wills out of the Browns took him with the 10th pick. And then Mekhi Becton went to the Jets with the 11th pick. And then Tristan Wirfs with pick number 13. The Buccaneers traded up from 14 to 13 to pick Wirfs. But I'm telling you what, man, if you're doing that draft all over again, Wirfs is probably going second to Joe Burrow in that draft. Second overall. Kudos to Jason Light. He identified him. The Bucs found themselves an all-pro right tackle. He moves to left tackle. He becomes an all-pro left tackle, the only man who's done it, and one of the finest offensive linemen in all of football. All right, 2 hours are in the books. Coming up, live here on Radio Row, you better fasten your seatbelts because up next, one of the more entertaining radio guys in the history of the business. My mentor, my colleague from a long time ago at WFAN. I interned back in the spring of 1997. Christopher Mad Dog Russo formed one of the great tag team tandems in sports radio history. Mike and the Mad Dog with Mike Francesa. They were together for so many years. He's now with SiriusXM. You can watch him on First Take, obviously, with Stephen A. Smith on Wednesdays. He goes in there and he gums up the works there. He's loud. He's got a personality to him. You might hear a rant or two. The Radio Hall of Famer, my mentor and colleague, Christopher Mad Dog Russo, will join me next live here on Radio Row. Stay with us. It's The Drive.
Tampa Bay.
Returning at 0350.
TAE and AM 620.
You got it.
Hey, Weekend Warriors. How's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Guys, if you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, you got to call my guys over at Catania Injury Law Experts, the top-rated personal injury firm in Tampa. They've been doing this since 1992. You can call them 24/7, 365, and they're proud to say they have successfully recovered over $500 million and counting for injury victims just like you. So give my friends over at Catania a call, 813-222-8545, or online at Catania.com. Catania, putting families first. Office Tampa, non-attorney spokesman.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It works for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a huge inheritance. But a phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard for a new one on us. Just trade in any phone.
Tommy, oh, boy, you can't be doing that. What a disgrace the NFL is. Oh, boy. Oh, man, funny stuff. Christopher Mad Dog Russo, what a personality. I mean, you know, I grew up listening to him, and that was the one rant. Like when I was listening to sports radio at the time as a kid, and I'm listening to Chris Russo on a Saturday morning for 15 minutes go on a rant against the New York City Parks and Recreations Department about, you know, him and his buddies didn't want to play basketball, and you know the rims were bent down, and these little kids, he said, were dunking on the rims with a tennis ball, and he went absolutely bonkers. And I'm listening to this as a kid. I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is just outrageous at the moment, just completely off his rocker. And I enjoyed it. I loved it. And that's kind of like where, you know, the fire inside of me started to burn. I think it was like, Chris said it was in the late 80s. So it might have been 89 before he got paired up with Mike. I don't quite remember. But that's when I started listening to sports radio. I started following him, and then I became an intern, and then I met him. And look, I hope I was nice to you. Yeah, he was nice. Mike Francesa, a little standoffish. And look, Mike is that kind of personality. And look, I don't have anything against Mike. That's just who Mike was. But Chris was always outgoing. He was gregarious. Anytime you needed something, he was there. He used to buy us lunch all the time. And then in 2008, this was, you know, after I moved to Tampa, you know, he left WFAN and he started up his own channel, the Mad Dog channel over at, it was XM at the time. And he needed hosts. And we talked about this off the air. And he called me. And we went back and forth. And he was ready to hire me. And then in the fall of 2008, there was the big stock market crash or regression, where everything, the bottom fell out of the market, the housing market, you guys remember, and then XM merged with Sirius, and they obviously couldn't do anything there, and the rest was history. Obviously, that didn't come about. But I think it worked out. He's doing his own thing. I'm really happy with where I'm at. And, you know, it's been years since we've gotten together like that and just talked about sports and radio and life and everything else. But he definitely is a character, and he's in the Hall of Fame for a reason. 888-546-4620. Text at 82945 on the Bartow Ford DA text platform. Buccaneer fans, I hope you enjoyed the Tristan Wirfs conversation in the last hour. He had a glowing recommendation for the new Buccaneer offensive coordinator, Josh Grizzard. And to that point, the new Buccaneer OC, Josh Grizzard. Grizz is what they call him. Yale graduate. He's going to join me coming up at 6:05. So you're going to hear about his vision of what this Buccaneer offense is going to look like. He's going to talk about Baker. He's going to talk about Mike Evans. He's going to talk about maybe possibly bringing Chris Godwin back. And, you know, the question that you knew he was going to get, I was going to ask it. The last two offensive coordinators became head coaches. So is that what Josh Grizzard is thinking about now that he has this job? Because I'll tell you what, the good times should continue to roll. Tristan Wirfs, O-line, one of the best in the league. Baker Mayfield is a franchise quarterback, just came off a franchise-setting record for himself and for the Buccaneer franchise. Incredible year for Bake. Bucky Irving, a rookie. You would think that guy would only get better. Jalen McMillan came up in a big way. Kate Otten, the Buccaneers have depth at tight end. They bring back Chris Godwin. Look out now. You're talking about this offense that could potentially improve off of what they did a year ago. And that's saying something because they were in the top 5 of every category. They were number 1 in the NFL on third downs, and that was the category and the task that Josh Grizzard worked on as a passing game coordinator, and he did a tremendous job, and the Buccaneers took note. And when it came time to promote from within, the Buccaneers wanted to maintain that continuity. Boom. Josh Grizzard went in there. He interviewed well. I'll ask him about the interview process and what that looked like. And he is now your new Buccaneer offensive coordinator. My conversation with him coming up at 6:05. All right, your calls and texts coming up on your ride home on this Let It Ride Thursday, the drive with yours truly, live here on Radio Row up in the Big Easy. When we come back, the big game on Sunday. So many interesting player props for the game. Which ones are you going to take? Saquon Barkley rushing yards? What about Mahomes rushing yards? What about A.J. Brown receiving yards? Who you got? Chiefs or Eagles? Let It Ride is coming up next year live from Radio Row. Stay with us.
You're tuned in to The Drive with T-Kras.
And ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to come to you live from Radio Row. Nick Wise and I are here. Chris Mathis is back at our Rude Air and Water Studios. And speaking of which, air and water, two things a certified Rude Pro partner knows an awful lot about. You know you can rely on Rude to keep your indoor air comfortable. You were turning up the heat a couple of weeks ago. Now you've got the AC flowing to keep you comfortable. They do that, and they do it well. And now you know you can rely on Rude to make sure your hot water is flowing whenever you need it. Rude Water Heating is the industry leader for total water heating solutions. If you need conventional tank-type water heaters, they've got it. Tankless water heaters, that's what I've got. Check on that, too. Replacement parts and accessories for all categories. You've got it. They've got it as well. Rude is your one-stop solutions provider, and with the exclusive backing of my guys over at Ferguson HVAC, guess what? Your certified Rude Pro partners get the very best products and parts when you need it. Rude water heaters engineered tough and built to last. For AC and water heating solutions, connect with a certified Rude Pro partner. Go online, RudeACFlorida.com. That's Rude, R-U-U-D, ACFlorida.com. Tell them T-Kras sent you. We'll be back.
WDAE traffic.
Returning at 30, Tom.
Is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Serious crash investigation in St. Pete. Both directions of 34th Street blocked off just south of Central Avenue. Also a crash investigation on southbound 34th Street near 30th Avenue.
Be careful. He does have a look-alike there for real.
Seeing big delays on the eastbound Selman from Dale Mabry and Gandy towards downtown. Also on northbound 275 Howard Franklin towards I-4. Get traffic info around the clock by searching News Radio WFLA on iHeartRadio. I'm Randy Myers.
Fall in love with how easy car care can be. Drive into Valvoline Instant Oil Change for a premium Valvoline oil change. No appointment needed. Save today at VIOC.com. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll get you back on the road in no time.
Listening on the free iHeartRadio app. Thanks to Farah and Farah, it's never been easier to send your opinions directly to your favorite show. When you open the app, click the red talkback microphone and hit send. Farah and Farah, here to make it easy, Tampa.
Hi, Andrew Duncan of the Duncan Duo team. We're now a part of LPT Realty, one of the fastest growing real estate companies in the country. A great change for us, but what hasn't changed is our guarantee to get your home sold in 14 days. Visit us at DuncanDuo.com. That's DuncanDuo.com.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family...
Tom, run to the restroom real quick.
Off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada...
Yeah, I know.
Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Ronnie Lane here with Elizabeth Holland of the Holland Group, Retirement Wealth Advisors. Elizabeth, in baseball, it's important to cover your bases so that the team's ready for all contingencies. How does this relate to retirement or wealth planning?
Well, Ronnie, at the Holland Group, we cover all three bases. In the services, we focus with our clients that we provide for them. Investment strategies to help with income in retirement, tax planning, and reduction resolution, and legacy or estate planning. We've been constructing customized inflation-adjusted, tax-advantaged retirement plans for our clients who have joined the Holland Group family over 30 years. We've got you covered with these three bases, so don't wait for retirement to sneak up on you as you try stealing second base without reaching first. We can help you run all three bases and embrace a well-rounded retirement plan. So visit us on AskTheHollands.com to learn more. That's AskTheHollands.com to learn more.
Hi, Benny Jr. here with Bartow Ford. It's been a wild ride the last couple of years of the automotive industry. Inventory numbers are back, but guess what? That means dealerships are up to their old gimmicks and games. Whether it's a price leader or a bait and switch, dealerships haven't learned what Bartow Ford's known all along. A great price and the best service is all you need. On your next vehicle purchase, make sure you come to Bartow Ford, where we're different and we prove it.
Get ready for our 2025 iHeart Podcast Awards.
March 10th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. And you'll help decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com.
Audible is a proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. Explore the best selection of audiobooks plus podcasts and originals, all in one easy app. Audible, there's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Your brain holds all the pathways to memories, to dreams, the very essence of your human spirit. At Advent Health Brain and Spine Institute, our experts protect those pathways. With state-of-the-art technology and groundbreaking treatments, we care for the most complex neurological conditions, so you can keep moving, keep dreaming, keep being your whole self. Advent Health. Feel whole. Visit thebrainandspineexperts.com.
Guys, if you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, you got to call my guys over at Catania Injury Law Experts. The top.
We got a guy, let's see, Dave in Tarpon Springs.
On the phone?
Wants to talk like Marv Albert and Mad Dog Russo, stuff like that.
Victims just like you. So give my friends.
Yes.
Okay.
And your call.
Yep.
3222-8540.
Okay.
On a Catania.
And if we need to wait till what's on tonight's segment, that's cool too, because we don't have anything there.
Yeah.
Spokesman.
Okay.
It's the Anajar Levine difference. Call 1-800-747-FREE.
This report is sponsored by Wawa.
We'll see clouds and fog after midnight. Low 60 degrees. Friday forecast, fog in the morning, sun in the afternoon. High around 80, low around 60. Copy and paste for the weekend. And get traffic info around the clock by searching News Radio WFLA on iHeartRadio. I'm Amy Snyder.
Get Wawa Rewards' biggest deal of the year before it's gone. Redeem bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, and $3 Monster Energy every day, as many times as you want. Now through February 16th.
180! Live from Radio Row in New Orleans, the heart of the action. This is 95.3 WDAE and AM 620's exclusive coverage, presented by Moss Nissan.
I bet you $20 I can get you gambling before the end of the day.
It's $500. Yes, it is. Are you a dealer or an investment counselor?
I will splash the pot whenever the heck I please.
Good luck, sir. Yeah, give me 5 times a piece on St. Louis, Minnesota, both of them.
Let it ride on 13.
Yeah, look at these dudes they brought in. You know, how the hell can you grin? You know, come on, give me another marker.
All right, it is time for Let It Ride, presented by my guy, Dr. Jim DeRespino, the great people over at the Center for Men's Health, C4MH.com. That's the ticket. And here is our pit boss back at our Rude Air and Water Studios. We're live here on Radio Row. Chris Mathis.
Ahead of Super Bowl 59, before we get into some of those lines and player props that you're going to have interest in and want to maybe throw a little bit of cheddar on this weekend, let's talk about your Tampa Bay Lightning. Bolts versus Senators. The Bolts, a 1.5 goal home favorite. The over-under is 5.5, Tom.
Bolts and Senators again?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with the Lightning. They're at home, and hopefully they can get off to a good start and maintain, that sort of momentum. I'll take the Lightning tonight. I'll take the over tonight. I think there'll be some goals scored tonight over at Amalie, so have a good time and be the Thunder. Lightning, baby.
All right, how about this pair of player props for Kucherov? Over under half a goal, over under 1.5 assists.
I will go under on the goal scoring. I don't think he'll score a goal, but I would expect him to have 2 assists, so I'll go over. I think he's got 2 assists in him tonight, but no goals.
2 assists and no goals. Without further ado, Super Bowl Sunday, of course, between the Chiefs and the Eagles. Couple of prop bets before we talk about the line and player props too. Exact number of touchdowns in Sunday's game, Tom. 5 at plus 375, 6 at plus 350, 4 at plus 450, 7 at plus 450, or 8 at plus 650.
Well, knowing what the score of the game is going to be, 2, 3, 4, I'm going to say 7, Chris Mathis.
Okay, plus 450.
450. 7 is the number for me. I think 7 touchdowns get scored in this game. I know exactly what, my final score prediction is going to be, and I will let you guys know by the end of the day tomorrow live here on Radio Row. But I think 7 touchdowns are scored on Sunday.
How about first team to use a challenge, Chiefs or the Eagles? It's even at minus 115.
Andy Reid's really good at that, and I think he's got great coaches, but he also has great awareness. That's why he is what he is. I mean, he could be the GOAT of NFL head coaches when his career is said and done with. I think the Chiefs use a challenge first, so I would bet on them.
How about with the Philadelphia Eagles and that offense, the play that some hate, Eagle fans love? Over under 1.5 Philadelphia tush pushes. The over is minus 160. The under is plus 120.
I'm going over. I mean, you better believe that any short yardage situation, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, down at the goal line, from the 1 or even the 2-yard line, I think they would try it. So Kansas City and Steve Spagnuolo, they have better be prepared for this because that tush push is coming. And it's coming, early and often, absolutely over 1.5.
Fun fact, Jalen Hurts does not call it the tush push. He calls it a quarterback sneak. Well, Carson Wentz, a reporter asked him at the media day out in New Orleans a couple of days ago. Total number of field goals over under 3.5. Minus 155 for the under. The over is plus 125. 3.5 total field goals.
3.5 total field goals. I go over because according to my score, I've got 1, 2, 3. I got 4 field goals being kicked.
4.
So I'm going over on the field goal. So 7 touchdowns and 4 field goals from my estimation.
All right, well, Tom is on a roll. Let's see how it all turns out on Sunday. How about Carson Wentz? Will he take a snap? No, minus 1,000. Yes, plus 1,000.
I say no. And Carson Wentz obviously is Mahomes' backup, former Eagle, by the way. It's interesting. He's not taking a snap. Patrick Mahomes, we've seen him play through pain. He has shown his toughness in a lot of these games with that high ankle sprain, from a year ago. So I don't think Carson Wentz sees the field. Now, we could see the field, Chris Mathis, if this is a blowout maybe, and he does like the victory formation type of thing. So that's kind of like a trick question prop. That's a trick prop.
And which one are you taking? I'm going to say yes. I think he will.
I don't think he will because I think this is a close game.
Okay. All right, let's go.
If you're doing that, the victory formation thing, and Mahomes has got to be out there for that because you don't want anything to happen in that situation because I do think it's going to be a close game. I say no. I don't think Carson Wentz sees the field on Sunday night.
Will Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs offense attempt a tush push? No, minus 500. Yes, plus 300.
No, I don't think they do a tush push. However, and you've seen Andy Reid do this. I mean, I would be very, very careful, and I'd be very watchful if you're watching this game for a trick play out of the Chiefs because they've done it. We've seen it, the whole ring around the rosy, sort of thing. I think you'll see the Chiefs pull one out of their hat on Sunday night. You'll see a trick play. It's not going to be the tush push, though.
I'm not going to get too much here from you. We'll just keep it at the over-under total points, 48.5 points, Tom. What are you thinking?
It's going over. I mean, based on my final score, I think there will be scoring on both sides of it on Sunday, and I'm going over 48.5.
Mahomes over under 250.5 passing yards on Sunday.
I think I'm going over on this number. The Eagles are tough to run against, so I think in order for the Chiefs to win, look, those young rookie corners have had a really good year. Cooper DeJean's been outstanding. So is Quinyon Mitchell. However, this is the Super Bowl, folks. And you better believe Andy Reid's going to test those young corners early and often. Don't forget Hollywood Brown is back. You got Xavier Worthy at wide receiver, Juju Smith-Schuster. I mean, the only guy they don't have back really is Rashee Rice. They lost him early in the year. to a season-ending injury. Of course, you got Travis Kelce. I think Patrick Mahomes could get over 255 and approach 300.
All right, Jalen Hurts, his line sits quite lower, 212.5 passing yards in this game.
212.
That's a weird number, right?
It's kind of weird, but you know what? They're not a big passing team, as we saw. Now, he put up some passing numbers against the Commandos, but I think the Chiefs' defense is a little tougher than that. I'm going under on that number. I say he's in that 190 to 200 range in terms of passing yards on the day on Sunday night. So I'm going under.
A.J. Brown, the receiver, the big receiver for the Eagles, trying to make some plays here after reading a novel on the sideline a few weeks ago. Over under 68 receiving yards on Sunday. I was going to say pages read.
Yeah, well, pages read too. It better be 0 pages read on Sunday. This is a Super Bowl, kid. I mean, you better be out there totally focused on the task at hand, which is winning a Lombardi, because even though you got here 2 years ago and you're back here again, don't think that this comes around every year or every so often. Do not take this opportunity for granted. It's a privilege to play in a Super Bowl. You better be engaged. You better be focused. I don't want to see any books on the sideline. Now, with that being said, I think A.J. Brown's one of the X factors in this game on Sunday, and I think his matchup against Trent McDuffie is going to be a good one. He's a bigger player than McDuffie. McDuffie's a good corner, but I think the size of A.J. Brown will work to his advantage. I'm going over 68 receiving yards.
Now, Travis Kelce, the largest over-under for receiving yards for the Chiefs at 62.5. And how about this? Catches, 6.5.
I think it's over on the receiving yards. I don't think he's got like a 7 or an 8 catch game in him. I think he's in that 5 to 6 range. I think 5 or 6 catches for 70 yards or 80 yards sounds about right. So I'm going to say over on the receiving yards for Travis Kelce, but under on the catches and the receptions.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Xavier Worthy, 53.5 receiving yards on Sunday. Taking the over or the under?
I'm going over on that, Chris, because I think he's become a bigger part of the offense. We were talking to Cynthia Freeland about that on the show yesterday. They're expanding the route tree in his participation in the passing game, not just getting, these jet sweeps, which obviously they'll use to their advantage. I'm going over. I think Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, I think you might see a vertical route or two, especially early. You got these rookie corners for the Eagles. They might be, a little starstruck perhaps, really nervous. Rookie in the Super Bowl, maybe early in the game. They try a vertical shot with Xavier Worthy, so I think I'm going over.
Saquon Barkley has been dominant all season long, especially this playoff run. His over-under rushing yards is at 112.5.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. I think it goes under. I think I'm going under. I think he's in that 90 to 100 range because there's no doubt in my mind that Steve Spagnuolo is going to throw the kitchen sink at Saquon Barkley. Why wouldn't you? He's going to crowd the line of scrimmage. They've got big defensive linemen. They've got active linebackers. I love Drew Tranquill. Nick Bolton is one of the more underrated linebackers in the game. George Karlaftis, obviously the great Chris Jones on the interior. So I think the Chiefs will go all out to stop Saquon, and they'll take their chances with Jalen Hurts in the passing game. So I don't think he gets over on that number. I'm going to go under on the Saquon Barkley rushing yards prop.
3 more rushing yards props, then we are finished up with Let It Ride. Kareem Hunt. We talked about Saquon Barkley. How about Kareem Hunt over under 42.5 rushing yards?
I think I'm going under 42.5. I think Isaiah Pacheco, with an extra week, maybe he is more assertive. He runs with a violent attitude, as we all know. I think he becomes more of a factor, not so much Kareem Hunt. So I'll go under for Kareem Hunt.
Jalen Hurts in his line sits at 38.5 rushing yards ahead of Super Bowl 59.
I think that's under. And not because I don't think he'll get out and run, but I think what he does in the rushing game is probably going to be comprised of the tush pushes. I mean, there might be 1 or 2, rushes where he gets out of the pocket, but those Chiefs linebackers are very active. I'm pretty sure they'll have a spy assigned to him. Steve Spagnuolo is a very bright defensive coordinator, one of the all-time best, in fact. So I'm going under on Jalen Hurts' rushing yards prop.
And Patrick Mahomes, the final one, 30.5 rushing yards against that Eagles defense.
This is one of my favorite ones, Chris Mathis. I'm going over. Patrick Mahomes is going to tuck that ball away. When the play breaks down, that's when he's most dangerous. You heard Cynthia Freeland, and she was spouting out all the numbers in the regular season in terms of his scrambles as opposed to the percentage of scramble opportunities he has in the playoffs, and they're drastically higher, like 300% higher. So I was a believer in it before Cynthia sat down. Then she gave me those numbers. I am even more convinced. That's one of my favorite props on Sunday. Patrick Mahomes, over 30 rushing yards. Book it, baby.
And there you have it. That is Let It Ride here live from New Orleans.
Great. Great job, Chris Mathis. Let It Ride, presented by my guy, Dr. Jim DeRespino, the great people over at C4MH.com. That's the ticket. All right, we're live here on Radio Row where things are starting to subside a little bit. I'm telling you, earlier in the day, it was a madhouse in here with people coming back and forth, and now it's starting to kind of die down a little bit. Nick Wise is with me here. Chris Mathis, of course, back at our Root Air and Water Studios. When we come back, we're going to let you know what's on tonight, and we'll head to the phones. Dave in Tarpon Springs, you'll be up next. It is The Drive. We are live here on Radio Row, the site of Super Bowl 59, on your home of the best Bucs and NFL coverage. We are WDAE. We'll be back.
You're tuned in to The Drive with T-Kras.
We sat down at dinner last night at Galatori's, and I had an old-fashioned, and it was okay, not great. I wish they could have had some Chattanooga Whiskey 91 to mix in with that old-fashioned. I think that would have hit the spot. And look, on Bourbon Street, or whether you're sitting at home, on
Of course. I mean, yeah, that's what we're doing here.
Of course, that's what we're doing here.
I heard that, and I was like, I got to clip that.
You did. You clipped it. I'll tell you what. We unfortunately, we had to clip another one of the things.
Yeah, we did.
When he was making fun of Liam Cohen and the whole Dubai. Everyone thinks that's so stupid and so lame. Even Matthew Berry's like, shut up. Even Matthew Berry's like, oh, what is that? Who the hell does that? Oh, my goodness. Liam Cohen will never be able to live that one down, ever. Is right. 888-546-4620. What a show it's been here on a Thursday. We've got one more day to go on a Friday. You've got the new offensive coordinator, speaking of the Buccaneers, Liam Cohen's replacement, Josh Grizzard. He will join me coming up just after 6 o'clock. But let's head to the phones, 888-546-4620. Let's talk to Dave up in Tarpon Springs. Dave, good afternoon, sir.
Tom, good afternoon. Hey, listen, I go back a little bit further than you. I grew up listening to Stern and Imus in the morning and Marv Albert calling Ranger games and Knicks games, sometimes on the same night. And my favorite team was Dave DeBusschere, Willis Reed, Walt Frazier, Earl of Pearl Monroe, if you remember those guys. And it was spectacular.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Marv Albert was one of my idols growing up in the broadcasting business. He was one of the main reasons why I wanted to get into radio. I idolized the guy. I wanted to be like him, when I did play-by-play. So, yeah, man, I'm very familiar with all of that. I mean, I started to get into.
He was the man.
Marv Albert was great. He was exceptional at everything he did, from hockey to basketball to NFL play-by-play. He used to do the games with what's-his-face, Paul McGuire on NBC. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just great stuff there, Dave. I appreciate the phone call, buddy. Really good.
Yep. Take care.
You got it. An auspicious start for the Knicks. Yes. Here's Ewing. Yes. Patrick Ewing. Yes. With 34 points. And the Atlanta Hawks want time. Yes. Oh, man, those were the days. 888-546-4620. It's been a heck of a show. Just a reminder, any segment you may have missed, any interview you may have missed, and there have been a lot of them this entire week, it started from the very first 15 minutes of the show on Monday when we got here. I think once we were able to secure Gerald McCoy, former Buccaneer, you knew it was going to be a good week here. We got Gerald. He was the very first guest right out of the gate, Monday, 2 o'clock, and it just kind of snowballed from there. We've had several great guests that have come on by our broadcast setup. Ryan Leaf, even though Nick kind of pissed him off there right after we did the interview with him, I thought he was an exceptional interview. And today, Miles Killebrew, what a great young man from the Pittsburgh Steelers, one of the best special teams players, Steelers defensive back. Had a lot of great things to say by Mike Tomlin. Daryl Johnston, Super Bowl winning fullback, formerly of the Cowboys, was here. Matthew Berry, awesome job. And then, of course, the great Tristan Wirfs. And we should have some great interviews for tomorrow on a Football Friday as well. 3 hours are in the books. By the way, 95.3 WDAE.com. Any interview, any segment you may have missed, you can get it there on our website. Commercial-free podcast of the show can be accessed through the iHeartRadio app. Just search WDAE. All right, 3 down, 1 to go. Coming up, can the Buccaneer offense get even better in 2025? I'm going to talk to the guy who's now in charge, Buccaneer offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard. He will join me next here on The Drive. This is WDAE. We'll be back live on Radio Row.
Tampa Bay Sports.
Returning at 03.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
From the Rude Air and Water Studios, powered locally by Ferguson HVAC. Engineered tough, built to last.
Download the Wanna Parlay app, where for just $2, you have a shot at taking home huge cash prizes. Sign up using the code GOONS for a 100% match on your deposit up to $250 and a chance to win prizes exclusively
Thank you, Tristan, for coming by. In case you missed that interview, 95.3 WDA.com. Click on the drive. Commercial-free podcast can be had through the iHeartRadio app. You can listen to us from anywhere through the civilized world through the app. And, of course, you can watch the show. If there's a show to be watching us on YouTube at 953 WDAE and AM 620, it's today's show because we've had an incredible lineup of guests. We're working on some absolutely phenomenal guests for tomorrow's Football Friday show, our final one live here in New Orleans before the big game here on Sunday. Tristan Wirfs had a lot to say about the Bucs offense, his play, which landed him at first-team All-Pro at left tackle. We certainly appreciate him for joining us, and he had nothing but high praise for the new Buccaneer offensive coordinator, Josh Grizzard. So can this Buccaneer offense actually get better in 2025 with a new guy calling all the shots? Let's go to the Central Florida Behavioral Health Network DA hotline. Learn more at cfbhn.org. He's standing by, the new offensive coordinator for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Ivy League's own Josh Grizzard. He joins me here on the drive. Josh, congratulations. Welcome to the show. How are you, man?
I appreciate it. I'm fired up. Looking forward to this opportunity and getting this thing going.
Yeah, let's do it. You were the passing game coordinator. I want to ask you about that in a matter of moments. But first off, tell me how you approached the interview, because I think you had a leg up on the other external candidates because the Buccaneers wanted to maintain that continuity. But walk us through the interview process and how you thought that worked out for you.
What I tried to harp on to Coach Bowles as well as Jason was trying to keep the continuity of the offensive staff together and be able to build upon what we established this year in our relationships and the schematics and being with the players and being able to keep that continuity to take this thing to the next level and having a shared vision for what we were trying to accomplish and being able to keep this thing going to try to win a Super Bowl.
And that's the ultimate goal, right? And you guys were in the top 5 in just about every statistical category. And on third downs, that was your area of expertise. You were number 1 in the NFL on third down. So walk us through that process week after week, working with a guy like Baker Mayfield, as how you guys made that work so well for you.
Yeah, the best part about being around our guys is that they're willing to prepare. So on third down, if you're not able to hold up in protection, you're not going to be able to throw the ball. And you can develop the nicest pass pattern, and it's not going to work if you don't have time. So the work that the offensive line and Baker and the halfbacks put in to be able to execute on the field, and then to the receivers and to the tight ends being able to change plays at the line of scrimmage based on the look is the reason why we were able to put pressure on the defense. And there's the willingness of the offensive staff to not always do the same thing every week and to expand the scheme. And once guys saw that come to fruition on the field, they bought into it, and they were able to really add to that each and every week.
The new Buccaneer offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard is joining me here on the drive. You take over for Liam Cohen. Obviously, he left for Jacksonville. So tell me what the working relationship was like between you and Liam and how you guys were able to work together, what you learned from him.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate to have worked with Liam. I'm very fortunate that he was able to see something in me this time last year to bring me on as pass game coordinator. We worked hand in hand on really each part of the game plan, trying to get ahead for him on having an idea of what we wanted to do on first down, second down, in the red area on third down. And then really as the week progressed, having a chance to get with him on the sequencing of play calls and things we wanted to call first and second, and being an open door, being able to talk with him about how to attack a team, and a great relationship with him, and wish him nothing but the best in Jacksonville.
Josh Grizzard is with me, the new Buccaneer offensive coordinator. So tell me about the people that influenced you as to how you got into coaching, why you wanted to get into coaching. Are there some guys out there that you wanted to emulate on your way up the ladder?
Definitely, I would say start with my high school coach, Jimmy Williams, at East Oak High School, and then be able to move on to Yale University and play under Tony Reno, who recruited me as a freshman, and then had a chance to work under him as a coach my redshirt senior year. And from there, working on to Duke and having a great foundation for coaching at Duke, and the way that Coach Cutt runs that program, and his offensive line coach, John Latina, was instrumental in me being connected with Clyde Christensen in Miami. He was the coordinator for the Dolphins at the time. And ultimately, it was Adam Gates, who was the head coach, that was the first one to bring me on and allow me to be a quality control and get my feet wet in the NFL. And from there, it was Brian Flores that hired me to be a position coach for the first time, and forever indebted to him for that, as well as Mike McDaniel, who the last two seasons, in the 2022 and 2023 seasons, learning his scheme and manipulation of defenses through motion and the utilization of tape. Without him, I didn't have a chance to interview for this job last year. So I know it sounds like a lot, but being in Miami for 7 years and Duke for 4, I crossed paths with a lot of different people.
That's awesome. Tell me about your chemistry with Baker Mayfield. This guy's tough. He's a great leader. He makes great plays. Off script, obviously, when he extends plays and he gets out and runs. I'm sure you'd like to see him slide feet first and get out of bounds on some of those plays. But what is the working relationship like between you and Baker?
It's great. There's open dialogue. He understands what we were trying to do last year, from the installation of the plays to running them on the practice field and trying to execute them in the game. And he's a tough guy. He's competitive, as you know, and being able to say what he doesn't like or does like, or voice his frustration or support for a certain concept is huge. And with only being around him for a year, I expect that relationship, that just to be the bedrock of it moving forward.
Josh Grizzard, the new Buccaneer offensive coordinator, joining me here. And Mike Evans, you guys got him the ball. You got him his 1,000 yards. Last weekend at the Pro Bowl, he was asked about you, ascending up to the OC position. He's like, hey, as long as he gets me the ball, I think we're going to be fine. And, he said that tongue-in-cheek. You know Mike as well as anybody. He's the most selfless number one receiver and future Hall of Famer that you will ever come across. But give me an idea as to what it's like working with that guy and how you would tailor the offense to his big play potential every week.
Generally, good things happen when Mike gets it, and we design a lot of the concepts to go to him. And that would be the plan this year as well. But from a day in, day out basis, I'm only, I believe, a couple years older than Mike. So talking to Mike and his experience in this league and having won a Super Bowl and all of his career accolades, he just feels so humble. And he knows I have his best interests at heart, as well as the offensive staff. And so just trying to tailor things to him a lot like we did last year, move him around, try to put him in different spots, because ultimately it's going to help the Bucs win.
So tell me, Josh, with you now, the man, you're the OC, you're calling the shots, you're going to be the orchestrator. You know how great this offense was last year. How could this offense be even better in 2025 under your guidance?
I think there's always things you can improve on. Just with us being here as a whole staff for the first time last year, I think we can get better fundamentally and be able to take it to the next level. There's also, it's not like we were first in every category. So the goal in this thing, I know you talk about the third downs and red area, run game, pass game, but ultimately it's about scoring points. So we can always improve in that category. And I think we can also improve on situational football and being able to understand situations and what it means in terms of clock management and things of that nature, that way everyone's on the same page and we can turn that, we can keep taking that next step.
Tell me about Chris Godwin. He's coming off the ankle injury. He's a free agent. Have you talked to him? You want him back? What's that dialogue like?
I've enjoyed being around Chris so much these past 12 months, both off the field and on the field. He's just a pro, fantastic leader. And then when he got hurt, he was leading the league in catches, yards, and yards after catch. So I have so much respect for him in multiple walks of life. But I also say this, is that I have complete trust in Jason, as well as Coach Bowles on roster management. They have a proven track record with that, and I'll let those guys handle that.
All right, last question. We'll let you go. Certainly appreciate a few minutes of your time. New Buccaneer offensive coordinator Josh Grizzard is with us. So you know the track record here the last couple of years. The last two offensive coordinators became head coaches in the NFL. So do you think about becoming a head coach? Is this a rhetorical question on my part?
40 seconds. So
when I first got into coaching, it's definitely something that I thought about, and it's always been a goal. I would say that it's not on the forefront of my mind right now because of the role that I'm in and trying to take the foundation we laid last year and go to the next level and win the South again and get to the playoffs and make a run in the Super Bowl. But again, it's a goal of mine, but if that was something that was at the forefront of my mind, I'd be doing a disservice to the coaches, to the players, and ultimately to the organization.
Well, listen, you're an Ivy League guy. You're going to figure it out. I wish you the very best of luck, Josh. Thanks for joining me. Best of luck in 2025.
I appreciate it. Enjoy New Orleans.
Thank you very much. It's Josh Grizzard. Certainly interesting stuff out of him. And look, he's a smart guy. He's paid his dues, spent, many years with the Dolphins down in Miami, and the passing game coordinator. I mean, they were number one in the NFL on third downs, and that was the task that he was responsible for with the Buccaneers under Liam Cohen, who now obviously is up in Jacksonville as the head coach. So now the Buccaneers want to maintain that continuity, and they are promoting Josh Grizzard. He is now the man in charge. And, the two guys that Liam Cohen tried to take with him up to Jacksonville, by the way, they just got promotions. And Kevin Carberry is now getting a promotion for the Buccaneers. He's going to be like their run game coordinator. And now Brian Picucci is now being elevated to the offensive line coach, who's the assistant O-line coach. Now he's got the job all to himself. So congrats to those two guys. They get a little bit of a promotion for the Buccaneers. Those are two guys that Liam Cohen wanted up there in Jacksonville, and the Bucs said, nope, sorry, you can't have him. 888-546-4620. So a really great stuff there. Want to thank Josh Grizzard for joining us here on the show. He was introduced today in that press conference. You heard the great things that Tristan Wirfs had to say about him. And look, I don't see this Buccaneer team missing a beat as long as, their main stars on offense are on the field, stay healthy. This offensive line stays intact, which it should. The only question mark is the left guard, Ben Bredesen. He's a free agent. He undoubtedly will want more money. We'll find out the Buccaneers give it to him. And if he walks in free agency, then the Bucs will have to do something there. Maybe promote from within. Maybe Elijah Klein, a late-round pick. Maybe he's a guy that sees an opportunity at left guard. But the O-line, for the most part, is intact. You got Bucky Irving in year number 2. Now that he's going to be the full-time starter running back, and the Buccaneers can maybe manage those reps a little bit and keep him fresh for the long haul. I think he's a stud. We all know that. Mike Evans will be back. Jalen McMillan could be even better. Cade Otton is really good. And you also have a number of other tight ends that stepped up. How about Devin Culp? He made a couple of big catches late in the season. He showed you that he's got NFL-level talent at the tight end position when it comes to, route running and certainly catching the football. So I was impressed with him late in the season. So they've got some depth there. And then, of course, you got Baker Mayfield. Baker with 2 years left to go in his contract. I mean, he's the guy. He pulls all the strings offensively, sets the line protections. Very smart, understands coverages, and, he gets all that information out to his guys. And, he sets the protection schemes, which is very important pre-snap. He's a very smart quarterback. He has found a home, and he's got great talent around him. For the first time in his career, Baker Mayfield is in an environment that's conducive to winning. Imagine that. And now he's winning. Really good coaching.
I woke up feeling dangerous.
Yes, it's dangerous for the rest of the league. Great O-line, skill position talent, fantastic. And he and Josh Grizzard got along really well. And look, they interviewed the 5 other external candidates. And by the way, one of those candidates that they interviewed ended up being named the offensive coordinator up in Jacksonville, and that was Grant Udinski, who was all of 29 years old. He interviewed with the Bucs as well. But the Buccaneers decided to stay in-house. Let's keep it going. We've got a great thing going with a top 5 offense. And look, that was one of the interesting question and answers to Josh Grizzard is, hey, you guys were so great last year offensively. How can you get better? And he said the right things. He said, we can always get better. We can take care of the football. I mean, situationally, red zone, short yardage. Those are things that we can certainly improve upon. And as long as this group stays together, I have no doubt that the Buccaneers will be just as productive next year, putting up 30 points per game. Yeah, they're going to miss Liam Cohen and some of these run game concepts, but Josh Grizzard appears to be a really sharp cat. He went to Yale, okay? He didn't go to the College of Staten Island like I did. He went to Yale, and he's going to be able to carry over some concepts. Whatever worked, the Buccaneers will continue to add to that, to keep doing it, because they executed at a really high level. And if it continues to work, why go away from it? So I really enjoyed the conversation with Josh Grizzard, and I think he's going to work out just fine. I think he's going to be great. We're live here at Radio Row. It's starting to die down just a little bit as it's 6:21 on your ride home in Tampa Bay. It's 5:21 here, and Nick Wise is with me as well. And, we're just taking a look at the lay of the land here at Radio Row. And
I think I see Bijan Robinson.
Is that him right there?
Yeah, I think that's him.
I think that is him, yeah.
You know what? I just saw the weirdest thing in the bathroom.
Bijan Robinson?
No,
in the bathroom?
It involves Ian Rappaport.
What?
Yeah. So, we heard a story, and we won't get into all of that, but something with the relationship of Ian Rappaport and the station. So I went to kind of hunt him down, and I was going to bring it up to him while I was at the urinal, and he was at the urinal, but he didn't go in there to go to the bathroom. He was brushing his teeth in the bathroom.
Well,
it was like a loaded bathroom. Like there's everybody like going pee and then brushing and then washing their hands. And Ian's just in there brushing his teeth.
I have no problem with that. That's not uncommon.
It was just red. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting to see him at the toilet. I'm like, oh, hey, Ian. Oh, by the way. Heard the story. I'd like to apologize on behalf of us. But I didn't get a chance. I wasn't going to have another awkward moment and do that while he was brushing his teeth. But that's not what I expected to see. I guess it's not weird, but it was kind of weird.
Yeah, well, I suppose. But, he's on the Insider Show, and the NFL Network setup is literally right in front of us.
Yeah,
here.
Mad Dog on there right now.
But what a disgrace. I was on in DAE in Tampa. Boy, Tommy, what a disgrace he turned into. He went from an intern to absolute garbage.
You do a good, Mad Dog.
Bye. 888-546-4620. Text at 82945 on the Bartow Ford DAE text platform, where standard message and data rates do apply. It's been a tremendous show so far today, and tomorrow it should be even better. When we get back, what is the buzz regarding the big game and the latest on the injury report, Chiefs and the Eagles? That is coming up next. Plus, your calls and texts. We are live here on Radio Row. It is The Drive, presented by our guys We had a great time with him. What an awesome young man. And
thanks, T-Kras.
Thank you very much, Tristan. Thank you, even though you said a word that you're not supposed to say on live radio. But he was so embarrassed by it, too. I'm like, no, dude, don't worry about it. We've got something called a dump button, and we took care of it. So we certainly appreciate Tristan Wirfs for joining us here on the show. You could do the same at 888-546-4620. Text at 82945. The Super Bowl 1 day closer. The illness with Jalen Carter is not going to be an issue at all for the game on Sunday. We're 3 days away, so there's a lot certainly that will take place between now and the big game on Sunday. And look, I think what matters is if you've been there and done that, I think that gives you an advantage. And I heard Joe Burrow talking about this earlier today, and I know he was making the rounds. He said, look, if I ever get another chance to get to the Super Bowl, I know exactly now how to prepare. I know exactly what to expect. The hoopla, the hype and everything else, the distractions of the Super Bowl and the Super Bowl week, the week leading up to the big game after the first week. So if you've been there and done that, I think that gives you an advantage. Now, the good news for the Eagles is they were just in this game 2 years ago. So most of their guys have been there, done that. They've been in the situation. Unfortunately, they fell short. Jalen Hurts was here. A.J. Brown, that O-line for the most part, minus Jason Kelsey. But Saquon Barkley hasn't been a part of it. I don't think it's going to affect him, by the way. I just think that he's a tremendous player. Right now he's on a heater, running behind, a tremendous offensive line. A huge offensive line is that, by the way. They average the Eagles' O-line like 335 to 340 all across the board. So I'm not so much concerned about Saquon Barkley and all of the distractions with the Super Bowl with him. But I would keep an eye on that Eagles secondary. You got a couple of young guys back there. And Quinyon Mitchell, who's had a fantastic rookie year, first-round pick out of Toledo. And then, a round or two later, they take Cooper DeJean out of Iowa, and he's also been fantastic as well. You got two rookies, though. It's two rookies playing in the Super Bowl. I think Andy Reid knows it. Patrick Mahomes certainly knows it. And as I mentioned earlier, it would not surprise me to see the Chiefs test those two guys, especially really early in the game. Let's see if those nerves will cause them to have a misstep, perhaps, in coverage, because all it takes is one misstep when you're trying to cover a guy like, I don't know, Xavier Worthy, who runs in the 4.2s, and then you might have a big play, a 70-yard touchdown right down the field. It would not surprise me to see the Chiefs try and do that early. Andy Reid is a master at it. And you heard Matthew Berry, and we talked about it all week. He's only lost once when he's had 2 weeks to prepare in the playoffs. I mean, that says something. You don't beat the Chiefs. You don't beat Andy Reid's Chiefs when he's got 2 weeks to prepare. So I think it's good. It's a fascinating matchup. It's going to be a close game, and I can hardly wait for it. All right. The NFL awards are also taking place here in New Orleans, and we're going to find out, I think, tonight, I want to say.
That's what I believe it is tonight, Tom. MVP and stuff of that nature.
Yeah, and I expect Lamar Jackson to win. There was some buzz around here earlier today. Some people that I was talking to, they might think that Josh Allen could steal it, but I think Lamar Jackson wins that award. Offensive player of the year. I mean, how do you not give it to Saquon Barkley? The guy just ran for 2,000 yards.
Oh, man, that breaks my heart, Tom. If it were to be Josh Allen, I get 450, man.
Really?
Do you think there's any, if you were to put a percentage there on Josh Allen winning the Offensive Player of the Year, what would you say? At least 15%?
Yeah, probably 20%, 25%.
All right.
I just think Barkley, Barkley's got to win the Offensive Player of the Year honors. Defensive Player of the Year, honestly, from what I saw this past year, I mean, he was the human eraser. Patrick Surtain probably should be Defensive Player of the Year. I know Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals led the league in sacks, but that defense was so bad, and that kept the Bengals from making the playoffs. So I don't see him winning that award. I think Surtain, I think TJ Watt, I think those are the two guys to keep an eye on in terms of that. Offensive rookie of the year, it's got to be Jaden Daniels. I mean, that's a slam dunk, isn't it? I would hope that a guy like Bucky Irving would get some votes because I thought he was fantastic, but he plays in Tampa Bay. I don't think he got quite the notoriety that Jaden Daniels got, so I think he gets it. I think Jared Verse, defensive rookie of the year, I think that's a slam dunk. He was awesome this year. Coach of the year, it would seem that Kevin O'Connell, I mean, they went 14-3, the Vikings did. So that appears to be something. And look, Joe,
what's the question?
The question here, Sean Payton, is you're not going to be coach of the year. Do you think Kevin O'Connell is a coach of the year? Would you have Bo Nix be rookie of the year? Well, he had a good year, but not better than Jaden Daniels. And comeback player of the year, the man that I predicted would lead the league in passing, Joe Burrow, absolutely should get that award, should he not? I mean, Sam Darnold was pretty good, but Joe Burrow, almost 5,000 yards, led the league in passing. He's got to be the winner there. All right, before we head to the phones, I'm going to give you a little piece of news here. Are you ready? Because I think I mentioned this earlier this week. And we're also going to find out tonight, by the way, about the 2025 Hall of Fame class. Who's going to Canton? Who's not going to Canton? There's some really interesting names up for eligibility this year. Eli Manning is one of those names. Now, this is not me speculating. This is me actually telling you what I think is happening. Not what I think is happening from the people that I've spoken to. The buzz here is that Eli Manning will not get into the Hall of Fame this time around in his first year of eligibility. In fact, I was told that he didn't make the finalist list. So they narrow it down. You go from and I read the article this morning, Mike Sando from The Athletic. I mean, we just had him on the air, right, a couple of days ago. And the way it works is they go from 50 to 25, 25 to 15, and then they have 15 finalists narrowed down to 10, and then 10 to 7, and then from those 7, they want to ideally put 5 in. Eli Manning didn't make it down to the finalists. So the reason why is that he is even Steven, 117 wins, 117 losses. Now, as great as he was in the postseason, he beat Brady twice. He was a tremendous playoff quarterback. There is a sentiment among the Hall of Fame voters is that he didn't do enough. There were 2 or 3 years, I think, where he led the league in interceptions. So that did not impress some of the people who decide this sort of thing, the Hall of Fame voters. But that is the feeling that I'm getting from people around the NFL, even though he was a 4-time Pro Bowler, he won 2 Super Bowls, he won 2 Super Bowl MVPs. His record was 117 wins and 117 losses. I mean, 57,000 yards, 366 touchdowns. Yes. I mean, that would appear to be Hall of Fame worthy. I would put him in the Hall of Fame personally, but the word that I'm getting here is that Eli Manning is not getting in. 3 separate times, by the way, he led the league in interceptions, and he threw 244 picks. So just keep an eye on that tonight when they announce the Hall of Fame class. Let's go to Chris in Tampa. He's up next here. Chris, what's going on? Good evening, sir.
Hey, T-Kras. I want to chime in on the Super Bowl, but real quick, great interviews this week, man. These have been some outstanding ones, especially the Kurt Schilling. It was just, we found out so much we didn't know during your interviews. But real quick, no problem. And I'll make it quick because Mathis was telling me to make it quick. But so I watched a replay of the last Super Bowl with the Chiefs and Eagles, and what a damn good game that was. I mean, it was one of those where if I think the Eagles had another crack at it or another 10 minutes, they might have or probably would have won that. So I think they left that game thinking, boy, if we ever get a crack at this again, And now they're bringing in the X factor with him, Barkley. And so that's why I'm going Eagles, Tom, because I think this has been itching at them all since that game. And now they're bringing the bad boy, the X factor, Barkley. I don't think anyone can stop him, man. I know the Chiefs are good against the run, but I don't think anybody can stop him. But I'm going Eagles by 4 points in this one. And what say you, Tom? Thank you.
I think that's fair, Chris, and I appreciate the phone call. And a lot of people that I've spoken to, and it's great because you're getting a difference of opinion as to who they think will win this game. A lot of people picking the Eagles. Me personally, and I'll let you know for sure tomorrow, I'm leaning Chiefs. I can tell you that right now for the reasons that I mentioned. Mahomes, I mean, he's shooting for greatness. I mean, he's shooting to cement his name into the all-time greats. No one has ever won 3 Super Bowls in a row. That's what's on the line. You give Andy Reid 2 weeks, too. The guy doesn't lose.
We've had a lot of guests, and I don't want to disrespect any of them, but every single one other than Matthew Berry has picked the Eagles, which is why I am going to hammer the Chiefs because everyone has said the Eagles. And it's just when everybody agrees on one team, it's hard to you always the rule of betting go against what everybody else is saying. But everybody we've had on here, we've had great, brilliant football minds. And Cynthia Freeland was great. She said it was going to be a 1-point game. But everybody we've had on other than Matthew Berry has picked the Eagles. And I find that very interesting that everybody's going to bet against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. I have a hard time believing that's going to happen.
Do so at your own risk. I'm not doing it. I thought Buffalo was going to win. I learned my lesson in the AFC Championship game. Plus, you know, they got the benefit of some calls. I thought Chris Mad Dog Russo, I thought he was right about that. I've been screaming about that as well the last few weeks. They do get the benefit of some calls. I'm not saying the NFL is rigged, but it is somewhat interesting and coincidental that they do get some calls that go their way. I mean, there's no denying it. It's a fact.
Yeah, the Houston game, which Mad Dog brought up a couple times, those 2 phantom roughing the passer calls against the Texans, that game drove me nuts. That was probably out of all the football games I've watched in my entire life, which is a lot because we all love football. I've never been more angry at that game, you know, outside of like my own team losing, obviously. But that game was frustrating to watch because those roughing the passers, I mean, the 2 Houston Texans defenders literally ran into each other. Mahomes happened to be in the middle of them, and they got flagged, and it gave the Chiefs a first down. And, yeah, I think we're all just Chiefsed out, and we're tired of those calls.
We are kind of tired of them, and I think it will be a close game. I think Cynthia's right. A 1-point game would be phenomenal. Can you imagine, like, a heart stopper coming down to the last minute, maybe a last-minute field goal or whatnot? I think that would be sensational. All right, we'll step aside. When we come back, final thoughts, the final segment. We've got one final drive before we get out of here. It is The Drive. We are live from Radio Row in New Orleans. Stay with us on WDAE.
All right. Hey, Tom, what do you